Ashes of the Rootless Flame, a note on the world, the nine heavens realm, is a world threaded with Kai, the invisible breath of heaven and earth. Those who can absorb and refine it walk the path of cultivation, ascending from mortal to immortal across nine great realms: body tempering, Kai gathering, foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, spirit severing, void returning, Tao integration, and the mythical peak that no living cultivator has touched in 1,000 years, immortal ascension. Every cultivator is born with a spirit root, a natural affinity with one or more of the five elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The purity and number of one's roots determine the ceiling of one's potential. A five-element root marks a genius. A single pure root marks a prodigy. And those born without any root at all are called the rootless, hollow vessels through which Kai will not flow, no matter how desperately they try. This is the story of one such boy. Chapter 1. The Rootless Child of Ash Valley. The village of Ash Valley sat at the base of the Broken Tooth Mountains like a stone forgotten by the road. Its 40-odd households were wind-cracked, its fields thin, and its people stubborn in the particular way of those who have learned that stubbornness is cheaper than hope. Wei Liang was 12 years old, small for his age, and already intimately acquainted with the color of dirt. He had been scrubbing the outer courtyard of the Wei clan hall since dawn, moving his rag in wide circles over flagstones that would never truly come clean. The stones were old. The grime was older, but Elder Wei had told him to scrub, so Wei Liang scrubbed. He was not truly of the Wei clan. Every soul in Ash Valley knew this, though few said so plainly to his face. He had been left on the clan's threshold 11 years ago, wrapped in a cloth so plain it told no story. The elder had taken him in not out of kindness, but because another pair of hands, even small, weak, rootless hands, was useful in a poor village. Rootless. That word had been his shadow since the day, 3 years ago, when the traveling spirit assessor had pressed the smooth testing stone to his palm and frowned. "Nothing," the man had said, in the flat voice of a physician delivering a death sentence. "No root whatsoever, not a flicker." The children of the village had not let him forget it. He set down his rag as footsteps approached, 2 sets, quick and light, the kind that meant trouble. He did not turn around. Scrubbing again, empty vessel. The voice belonged to Wei Peng, 15 years old, with a double firewood root that made him the pride of the village and the torment of everyone beneath him. "You know it won't matter how clean you make this yard. You'll never step inside the hall as anything but a servant." "I know," Wei Liang said. The honesty seemed to annoy Wei Peng more than defiance would have. He nudged Wei Liang's bucket with his foot, sending the gray water spreading across the freshly scrubbed stones. "Start over," Wei Peng said pleasantly, and walked on. Wei Liang watched the water run into the cracks between the flagstones. He thought, as he often did in these moments, of a particular passage in the one book he owned, a battered, water-stained copy of a cultivation primer called Foundations of the Kai Path, missing its first 20 pages. He had found it in a rubbish heap behind the clan storehouse. The surviving pages spoke of how Kai moved through the body along invisible channels called meridians, like water finding the lowest path through rock. Water always found a path, even through stone. He picked up the bucket and went to refill it at the well. That evening, as the cooking fires burned low, Wei Liang climbed to his favorite place in all of Ash Valley, the flat boulder on the eastern ridge, wide enough to lie on, angled just so to catch the last warmth of the setting sun. He opened his book. The pages were fragile now from handling, but he had long since memorized every word. He read them anyway, because reading felt like doing something. The passage tonight was one he returned to often. A cultivator who cannot gather Kai from heaven and earth directly must seek another road. History records that the most desperate seekers sometimes found paths hidden even from the heavens, routes into the flow of the world that did not require a route at all. These methods are invariably dangerous, invariably forbidden, and invariably destroyed whenever the great sects discover them. For a rootless person to cultivate is considered, by most authorities, an impossibility. By a few ancient texts, it is considered merely an unforgivable offense. Wei Liang read that passage 4 more times as the stars came out. Dangerous, forbidden, destroyed. He was 12 years old, owned nothing, and had no future in this village. He thought the ancient texts had framed it poorly. An offense implied the offender had a choice. When you had nothing, the word for reaching was simply reaching. Chapter 2, The Sect Arrives. The disciples of the Azure Hollow sect arrived in Ash Valley on a morning in early autumn, when the mist still clung to the mountain paths like an old man refusing to leave a conversation. There were 3 of them, 2 outer disciples in gray robes with the sect's emblem, a hollow circle broken at the top, suggesting a vessel open to the sky, stitched at the breast, and 1 inner disciple in the pale blue that marked a foundation establishment cultivator. His name, Wei Liang would learn, was Senior Brother Kai Shu, and he moved with the particular ease of someone who had never in his life needed to hurry. The whole village came out to watch. This happened once every 3 years, the talent scouting circuit, in which minor sects swept through the outer villages looking for children with promising spirit roots. For most villages, it was the only chance a child had to escape the dirt and reach for something higher. Wei Liang stood at the back of the gathered crowd. He had come because not coming would have been noticed, not because he expected anything. He already knew what the testing stone would say. The assessments went quickly. The stone glowed amber for Wei Peng, fire and wood, strong dual root, good balance, and Kai Shu made a note in his register with the expression of a man itemizing acceptable grain. 3 other children showed single roots of varying quality. 1 girl, Wei Ru, whose earth root pulsed a deep, steady brown, made Kai Shu's expression shift into something approaching genuine interest. Solid foundation affinity, he said. Unusual purity for this region. We will take her. Wei Ru's mother wept with pride. Wei Ru herself stood straight and still, her face unreadable. She was 10 years old. The outer disciples began packing the stone away. That boy, said Kai Shu, nodding at Wei Liang without looking up from his register. He hasn't been assessed. He has, said Elder Wei quickly. 3 years ago, he is rootless. Assessments at age 9 are preliminary. Protocol requires reassessment at 12. Kai Shu's tone made clear this was not a preference but a mechanism, as inevitable as water running downhill. One of the outer disciples retrieved the stone. Wei Liang walked forward. He could feel the weight of the village's collective gaze, not hopeful, not curious, but something worse, anticipatory. They wanted to watch the confirmation of what they already knew. He placed his palm on the stone. The stone did nothing. Nothing glowed. Nothing pulsed. The crystal sat cool and silent in his hand like an ordinary rock, like a piece of the indifferent world. Rootless confirmed, the outer disciple said, and reached to take the stone back. Wei Liang let it go. What he did not let go of was what he had felt in the instant before the disciple's hand closed around the stone, a sensation so faint he might have imagined it, like a single thread of cool silk drawn across the inside of his palm. Not the stone's power. Something else. Something underneath the stone's assessment, running in a different direction entirely, like a current beneath a frozen river. He walked back to his place at the edge of the crowd and said nothing. That night, he pressed his palm against the flat boulder on the eastern ridge and concentrated harder than he had ever concentrated on anything in his life. There, faint as a rumor, a thread of something, not Kai, not exactly, something older, something the testing stone, calibrated for conventional roots, had no language to describe. Senior brother Kai Shu and his disciples departed the next morning with Wei Ru and Wei Peng in tow. The village watched them go, and the morning felt emptier for it, the way a tooth socket feels empty after an extraction. Wei Liang watched until the last gray robe disappeared around the bend in the mountain road. Then he went back to the storehouse, to the small airless room that served as his quarters, and he opened his book to the forbidden passage. He read it once more. Then he closed the book, lay back on his mat, and began to think very carefully about a plan. Chapter 3: What the Dead Leave Behind. A fortnight after the sect's visit, a cultivator died in the Broken Tooth Mountains. This was not, in itself, an unusual event. The mountains were old and full of dangerous things, spirit beasts, unstable formation remnants from ancient battles, cliffs that offered no warning before they ended. Cultivators passed through frequently enough, and some of them did not pass out the other side. Wei Liang found the body by following a smell, not blood, but something sharper, like lightning after it has already struck. The cultivator was young, barely older than Wei Peng, and wore the outer robes of a sect Wei Liang didn't recognize, dark green with a silver serpent coiled at the shoulder. He had fallen into a narrow ravine and broken his neck. His Kai had already begun to disperse, that gradual unraveling that happened to all cultivators upon death, the body releasing what it had spent years accumulating. Wei Liang crouched at the ravine's edge and looked down for a long moment. Then he climbed down. He was not there to steal. Or rather, he was there to steal, but not in the way most people meant the word. He had no interest in the cultivator's storage pouch, his sword, his sect's spirit coins. He was there for something the boy no longer needed and would have been appalled to know was visible to someone like Wei Liang at all. The thread. In death, as the meridians released their accumulated Kai, there was a moment, brief as a held breath, when the pathways themselves became faintly legible, not to spirit sense, which Wei Liang did not have, but to that other thing he had found on the testing stone, that wrongly oriented current that ran in a direction conventional cultivation theory didn't account for. He pressed both palms flat against the cold stone of the ravine floor and opened that strange sense as wide as it would go. It was like trying to read a book in a language he mostly didn't know, by the light of a dying candle. He caught fragments, the shape of the cultivator's primary water meridian, broader than average, a scar in the wood subsidiary channel that spoke of an old injury imperfectly healed, the last echo of a technique in the process of unraveling, its structure visible for just a moment before it came apart entirely. Wei Liang pressed his own pathways against the shape of that technique, the way you press a sheet of paper against a carved relief to take a rubbing. Something transferred. Not power, he had no root to hold power, but something more like the memory of a shape, a pattern. His body had no Kai to run it, but it now understood the pattern existed. He climbed back up out of the ravine, shaking slightly, and sat in the mountain wind until the shaking stopped. He had no idea what he had just done. He had no idea if it would ever matter. But the primer had said, water always finds a path. He started making his way back to the village. He told no one. Not because he feared punishment, what could they take from him that he had? But because he had learned over 12 years that secrets kept themselves better than people kept them, and the only way to keep a secret was not to share it. Over the following months, he returned to the mountains whenever he could. He found 2 more dead cultivators. The mountains were genuinely dangerous, and the ruins of what appeared to be an ancient battlefield, where residual Kai had been crystallized into the stone itself over centuries. Each time he returned with that strange inverse sense open, and each time he absorbed something, not power but pattern, structure. The shapes that Kai took when it moved through living meridians. He was building a map of a territory he could not yet enter. In the village, nothing changed. He scrubbed courtyards, he hauled water. He was 12, then 13. The seasons moved as seasons do, indifferent to the dreams of rootless children. But at night, on his boulder beneath the stars, something was quietly, painstakingly, building itself in the channels that should have been empty. Chapter 4. The Shape of Hunger. He was 13 when he encountered his first living demonic beast. He had gone deeper into the mountains than usual, following a resonance he had felt, faint, deep, as though a large bell had been struck somewhere underground. He was picking his way along a ledge above a dry stream bed when the undergrowth below him erupted. The beast was a mossback lizard, roughly 3 meters from snout to tail, with scales so thickly crusted with earth kai that they had calcified into actual stone. It was a Tier 1 demonic beast, dangerous to ordinary mortals, negligible to even the weakest cultivator, and it was Wei Liang registered with the particular clarity of mortal peril, looking directly at him. He ran. Not because he thought he could escape it. A mossback was faster than a human on open ground, but because running was what his body decided to do before his mind had fully processed the situation. He sprinted along the ledge, the beast crashing through the brush below, and vaulted over a tumble of boulders, and pressed himself into a crevice in the cliff face that was, fortunately, slightly too narrow for a 3-meter lizard. The mossback nosed at the crevice entrance for what felt like an hour but was probably 3 minutes. Then it lost interest and lumbered away. Wei Liang stayed in the crevice for another 10 minutes, breathing carefully and trying to stop his hands from shaking. When the shaking stopped, he noticed something. During the chase, that inverse sense of his had flared open on its own, an involuntary response, the way eyes widen in darkness. And in that involuntary opening, he had felt the beast's kai with a clarity he had never achieved through deliberate effort. Not just the shape of it, but the texture, the density, the particular way earth kai moved through a creature that had essentially become part of the mountain. He had also, he realized, absorbed a fragment of it, not willingly, not consciously, but there it was, a small, dense grain of crystallized earth kai sitting in a channel in his left forearm that had been empty yesterday. His own pathways had simply taken it the way a piece of wood absorbs water when held underwater long enough. He stared at his arm for a very long time. Then he did the most methodical thing he could think of. He sat down in the crevice, opened his book, and reread the section on meridian channels. The primer said, "Kai gathers in the body's channels only when drawn in by an active spirit root. Without a root to initiate the process, Kai will not enter the body regardless of its concentration in the environment." He looked at the grain of earth Kai in his arm. The primer, he concluded, was incomplete. He began testing it deliberately after that. Not with demonic beasts. He had no wish to repeat the heart-seizing terror of the crevice. But with the ambient Kai pools he had mapped in the mountains, places where elemental energy had accumulated in stones, in old trees, in the bones of the earth itself. The process was unlike cultivation as the primer described it. There was no active absorption, no cycling, no deliberate refining. Instead, he had to achieve a very specific internal state, perfectly still, perfectly empty, all effort suspended. And then wait. And then, if he had found the right quality of stillness, a kind of alert passivity, like a hollow vessel set beside a flowing stream, something would drift in. It was agonizingly slow. What a Kai-gathering cultivator at the first stage could absorb in an afternoon of meditation took him 3 weeks of nightly sessions to accumulate in a single grain. But the grain was real. He could feel it. And once it was there, the channels around it seemed to become receptive. As if the grain served as a seed, and the surrounding emptiness was learning, slowly, how to be less empty. He did not know what to call what he was doing. The primer had no name for it. He called it hollow cultivation, because he was hollow, and because the hollowness itself seemed to be the method. Chapter 5. A Name for the Road. You've been going into the mountains again. The voice stopped Wei Liang at the edge of the village. He turned. Sitting on a low wall, repairing a sandal with the unhurried competence of someone who had been repairing sandals for 60 years, was old physician Tan. Tan was not a cultivator. He had never been a cultivator, but he was the only person in Ash Valley who had spent significant time among cultivators, having served 3 years as a hired hand for a minor sect in his youth before returning to the village to be a physician. He knew things that most villagers didn't. He was also, as far as Wei Liang could tell, the only person in the village who looked at him without the particular flat incuriosity people reserved for furniture. "Gathering herbs," Wei Liang said. Tan bit a thread loose with his teeth. "You've been coming back from your herb gathering with the look of someone who has been doing something that is either very difficult or very dangerous or both. I've seen that look on cultivators, never expected to see it on a rootless child." Silence. Then, "What are you doing up there?" Wei Liang was quiet for long enough that most people would have taken it as a refusal. Tan simply kept repairing his sandal. "Something that shouldn't be possible," Wei Liang finally said. Tan nodded as though this were a perfectly satisfying answer. "There are more roads than maps," he said. It had the cadence of a proverb, though Wei Liang had never heard it before. "The great sects know only the roads they've cleared themselves. They mistake their maps for the territory." Wei Liang sat down on the wall beside him. "If you were going to find a text," he said carefully, "about methods that the sects have suppressed, where would you look?" Tan set down his sandal. He looked at Wei Liang with an expression that was not surprise, but was something in the neighborhood of respect, the kind that arrives when a person turns out to be exactly as capable as you suspected, and you had not been certain you were right. "Black Tortoise Market," he said. 40 lie south of here, on the road to the prefectural city. It runs on the last day of every month. You'll need spirit coins, which means you'll need something to trade." "I have something to trade." Tan looked at him for a moment longer. "The market is not entirely safe for children." "I've been fighting mossback lizards in the mountains for the better part of a year," Wei Liang said. "Fair enough," said Tan and went back to his sandal. What Wei Liang had to trade was medicinal herbs, but not ordinary ones. He had spent months learning to find the plants that absorbed ambient elemental chi, that glowed faintly on the inner sense he was developing, that a cultivator would pay well for. He had a full satchel of them when he walked out of Ash Valley on the last day of the month, telling Elder why he was going to the market at the crossroads, which was true as far as it went. The Black Tortoise Market was held in a wide, dusty square behind a tea house that pretended, for the benefit of prefecture officials, to be an ordinary tea house. The actual business happened in the square, an organized chaos of cloth-covered tables, muffled arguments, and the kind of deliberate vagueness about provenance that characterized all transactions involving things that were technically banned. Wei Liang moved through it with his eyes and his inner sense both open. He sold the herbs to a curt woman in Kai-gathering robes who paid him a small but real handful of bronze spirit coins without comment. He spent 2 hours at the book tables, handling texts carefully, feeling for the faint resonance that distinguished a genuine cultivation text from a rewritten forgery. He found it in a box of water-damaged papers at the back of the last table, 7 loose pages in an archaic hand, the characters slightly different from modern script, but legible if you were patient. The title, written vertically down the right margin of the first page, read "Nameless River Method Fragment Concerning the Hollow Road." His hands did not shake when he paid for it. He was getting better at stillness. He read it 3 times on the walk home, memorizing every word. By the time Ash Valley's lights appeared in the dusk ahead of him, he had a name for what he was doing. He had a method, and he had, for the first time in his life, a direction. Chapter 6. The First Stage Broken. The nameless river method described cultivation not as filling a vessel but as becoming a channel. The 7 pages were fragmentary, missing their beginning and most of their middle. But what survived was enough. The ancient writer explained in terse and occasionally cryptic strokes that conventional cultivation was founded on a premise, that the cultivator was a container, and spirit roots were the funnels through which the container filled. The hollow road operated on the opposite logic. The cultivator was not a container. The cultivator was a hollow in the landscape through which the river of heaven's Kai passed, not stored, channeled, not possessed, borrowed. This explained much that Wei Liang had observed. He couldn't hold Kai the way cultivators did, couldn't accumulate it in a Dan Tian and refine it upward through the realms. But he could, if his internal stillness was precise enough, become temporarily transparent to power. Allow it to move through him. The danger, the fragmentary text made clear, was significant. A container that was too small would overflow. A channel carved in the wrong shape would collapse. The hollow road demanded an exquisite calibration, the kind that could not be taught, but only found through painful failure. Wei Liang had experienced the painful failure part already, several times, in the form of channels cracking under improper load and leaving him with headaches that lasted 3 days. He had simply not known what to call it. He now proceeded with better information. The breakthrough came on a winter night, 3 months after the market. He was 14 now, thin, quiet, more watchful than ever. He had spent the autumn methodically refining his internal pathways, using the nameless river method's guidance to reshape channels that had been forming haphazardly, making them smoother, more consistent, better able to bear the passage of borrowed power. He was on his boulder, the cold so sharp it had teeth, the sky overhead a sweep of hard white stars. He had been in meditative stillness for 4 hours, and then the Kai moved through him. Not a grain, not a thread, a current, cold and clean as a mountain stream, flowing in through the crown of his head and out through his palms, and in the moment of its passing he felt every channel in his body ignite with a light that did not belong to him and yet, for that moment, was entirely him. It lasted 3 breaths. When it ended, he was lying on his back on the boulder, staring up at the stars, and his hands were numb, and every muscle in his body felt like it had been wrung out, and he was smiling in a way he was not sure his face knew how to do. He had not advanced a cultivation realm. He had no realm to advance. He had done something different. He had proven, to himself, and to whatever watching principle governed the laws of heaven and earth, that the road was real. The hollow road was real, and he could walk it. He lay on the boulder until dawn, too tired and too awake to move, listening to the mountains breathe. Chapter 7. The Sect Returns. Spring came, and with it a visitor Wei Liang had not expected. He recognized Wei Ru before she had fully dismounted from the cloud crane. She had grown 4 inches and was wearing the gray outer disciple's robe of the Azure Hollow sect. But she moved the same way she always had, with that deliberate, anchored stillness that the sect had apparently recognized as an earth root attribute, and Wei Liang had simply always known as Wei Ru. She was on an errand, delivering a message to Elder Wei, something to do with the sect's peripheral claim to the mountain resource rights. It was official business, routine. She would stay 1 night. Wei Liang saw her in the evening, sitting on the wall where Tan usually sat, looking at the mountains. "You look different," she said when he approached, without turning around. "Older," he said. "Not just that." She turned then and studied him with the frank appraisal of someone whose training had sharpened observation into a tool. "Your meridians," she stopped, frowned. "That's not possible." "Lots of things that aren't possible turn out to be possible if you approach them differently," Wei Liang said. "Wei Liang." Her voice was low and urgent. "If the sect finds out, I know. There are laws. What you're doing, if that's what I think it is. I know, he said again, quietly. I have nowhere else to go, Rue. This is the only road I can see. She was quiet for a moment. The evening light was the color of old bronze and the mountains looked very large. Be careful, she finally said, and be hidden. There are sect elders who do nothing but hunt for unauthorized cultivators. They call it maintaining the order of heaven. They call it protecting the world from those who cultivate without permission, Wei Liang said. I've read about them. Then raid faster and go deeper, and don't let anyone with spirit sense get close to you. She stood, brushing dust from her robe. I won't say anything, he nodded. She started toward the clan hall, then stopped, without turning. When Wei Peng bullied you, every time he did, I should have said something. You were 10, Wei Liang said. I was 10 and I knew it was wrong. A pause. I'm sorry. He had nothing to say to that, so he said nothing. She walked on. He sat on the wall and watched the mountains go dark, and thought about hidden roads, and thought about how the world divided people into those it gave paths to and those it expected to stay still, and what it meant to move anyway. Chapter 8. The Forbidden Cache. The ruins he found in his 14th year were not accidental. He had been tracking the resonance for months. That deep bell sensation he had first noticed in the mountains, which the nameless river method identified as a chi convergence point, a place where multiple elemental streams crossed and pooled, often the site of ancient structures built to harness the confluence. The structure, when he found it, was very old, old enough that the stone had taken on a quality of compressed time, as if the mountain had grown through and around it rather than the other way. Most of it had collapsed. But the inner chamber, reached through a passage so narrow Wei Liang had to turn sideways and still scraped both shoulders, was intact. The walls were covered in script, not the modern characters of cultivation manuals. Something older, pre-sect era, if his rough knowledge of historical writing was correct. He couldn't read most of it. But he could feel it. Each carved character resonated at a different frequency, like the strings of an instrument tuned to some system he had never heard of. In the center of the chamber, on a stone plinth that had survived the collapse of everything else, sat a single object, a black iron box, roughly the size of a melon, sealed with a formation lock that had been dead for so long its energy had crystallized into something purely visual, a pattern of faint grooves in the iron that might have been art if you didn't know what they were. The lock was dead. The box was not. He could feel it breathing. Not literally, but in the way that certain accumulated objects breathed, ancient things that had absorbed so much chi over so many centuries that they had developed something adjacent to awareness, a presence. The box was aware of him. He sat in front of it for a full day before he touched it. When he did, when his palm rested flat against the iron, and he opened his hollow sense as wide as it would go, the box opened. Inside were three things: a vial of black liquid, stoppered with wax; a jade slip, the recording medium of ancient cultivators through which information could be transferred by direct contact; and a small talisman, hand-drawn on what appeared to be human skin, with a single character in its center that he recognized from the nameless river fragments, the character for devour. He took the jade slip first, pressed it to his forehead, and received 4 hours of information in a single searing rush that left him unconscious on the chamber floor for the better part of a night. When he woke, he lay still for a long time, processing what he had learned. The cache had been left by a practitioner of the Hollow Road, someone who had walked the same forbidden path centuries before him, and had come further along it than Wei Liang had imagined possible. The jade slip contained not just technique but history, the story of how the Hollow Road had been discovered, practiced, nearly lost, suppressed, rediscovered, suppressed again. A lineage of rootless cultivators, each one working in isolation, each one stopped by the sects, by their own limits, by the particular violence that the established order reserved for those who refused to stay where they had been placed. The practitioner who had left the cache had died before completing his work, but he had left the 3 objects for whoever came after with instructions. The black liquid, drink it at the 2nd threshold. It would open channels that normal practice could not reach. The talisman, use it only as a last resort. It would make you very dangerous and cost you something you could not get back. The jade slip itself, the complete nameless river method, not the fragment Wei Liang had found in the market, but the whole text, 14 stages instead of 7 pages, a complete map of a road that no living person had walked in full. Wei Liang lay in the dark chamber for a long time after reading this. Then he placed the vial and the talisman carefully in his belt pouch, tucked the now empty jade slip in his inner pocket, and climbed back out into the mountain daylight, blinking. He had a map. He had a road. He had evidence that others had walked it before him. He began to walk faster. Chapter 9, When the Mountain Speaks. He was 15 when the mountain tested him in earnest. He had been pushing deeper into his practice, integrating the complete nameless river method, working through the 3rd stage, learning to not just channel Kai but shape it in transit, giving the borrowed current a temporary form that could be directed before it passed through and out again. It was the equivalent, roughly, of being a cultivator at the late stages of body tempering. No stored power, but a body that could handle the passage of significant Kai, channels that were smooth and strong, a will that had learned the specific discipline of doing without holding. He was on a high ridge, practicing the directional shaping, when the stoneback tiger found him. This was not a mossback lizard. A stoneback tiger was Tier 3. It was the apex predator of the Broken Tooth Mountains, a beast 4 meters at the shoulder with a hide of compressed granite and a roar that could scatter the ambient Kai in a 30-meter radius. It was a creature that outer sect disciples were warned not to engage without backup. Wei Liang had no backup. He had himself, his emptiness, and the nameless river method. The tiger roared. The roar hit him like a physical blow, scattering his careful internal arrangement the way a hand scatters a sand painting. He felt his channels go ragged with the disruption. His vision whitened at the edges. He did not run. Something in him, not courage, not exactly, but something adjacent to it, the product of 3 years of walking a road that shouldn't exist, went very still instead. He opened the hollow as wide as it would go. The tiger's Kai was enormous. Dense, ancient, suffused with the rock patience and mountain weight of a creature that had been accumulating elemental power for decades. It radiated outward from the beast in waves. Wei Liang did not try to stop it, or fight it, or match it. He let it flow through him. The sensation was indescribable, and also, in some way, he did not examine too closely, the most alive he had ever felt. The mountain's power moved through his channels like a river through a gorge, shaped and directed by the passage, given a temporary form by the container it moved through, and came out the other side transformed, concentrated into a single point in front of his outstretched palm, a sphere of granite-gray energy the size of his fist. He had not created it. He had not produced it. He had borrowed the mountain's own power and redirected it, the way a child holds a cupped hand under a waterfall. He released it. The sphere hit the tiger in the chest with a sound like 2 boulders colliding. The tiger sat down very suddenly, looking surprised. Then it stood up, shook itself, gave Wei Liang a long, assessing look in which he recognized, with surreal clarity, something like respect. The acknowledgement one predator gives another that has demonstrated competence, and turned and walked back into the trees. Wei Liang sat on the ridge for a very long time. His channels were a mess. He would need a week to smooth them back out. His hands were shaking. He was fairly certain he had done something that the nameless river method said he should not attempt for another 3 stages. But the tiger had walked away. He realized, not afraid of the mountains anymore. He came back to the village that evening to find old physician Tan waiting for him by the gate with an expression Wei Liang did not immediately recognize. Then he recognized it. It was fear, carefully managed. "A sect patrol passed through this afternoon," Tan said without preamble. "Not the Azure Hollow. These were Blackwater sect enforcement branch, looking for an unauthorized practitioner reported operating somewhere in the Broken Tooth range." The evening suddenly felt different. "They didn't stop long," Tan continued. "But one of them had a spirit sense broad enough to cover the whole village." He paused at the gate for a moment before they moved on. Wei Liang said nothing. "I think," Tan said, "that you should consider whether Ash Valley is still the safest place for you." Chapter 10. The Road That Leaves Home. He did not sleep that night. He sat on the boulder, his boulder, the one he had sat on for 3 years, watching stars, reading his primer, learning to be still, and thought through everything with the methodical patience that the hollow road had, perhaps as a side effect, also taught him. The facts were these: he had been located, if not identified. The Blackwater sect's enforcement branch did not send patrols to remote mountain villages for casual reasons. If they returned, and they would return, they would be more thorough. A careful spirit sense scan at close range would find the nameless river channels in his meridians. Those channels would be sufficient evidence to take him. What happened to unauthorized cultivators taken by enforcement sects was a question that had several answers, none of them good. He thought about Tan's words: "I think you should consider whether Ash Valley is still the safest place for you." It had never been safe. It had simply been the place he happened to be. He thought about Wai Ru's words: "Read faster. Go deeper. Don't let anyone with spirit sense get close to you." He thought about the ancient practitioner who had left the cache, each one stopped. By the sects. By the particular violence that the established order reserved for those who refused to stay where they had been placed. He thought about the testing stone: nothing. Not a flicker. He thought about the stone-backed tiger walking away from him with something like respect. He thought about the sphere of granite gray power and the way it had felt to be, for one moment, the mountain itself. He left before dawn, with everything he owned in a single pack: his book, the 3 objects from the cache, a week's worth of dried food, a change of clothes, a fire-striking kit, and the small bundle of spirit coins he had accumulated from 2 years of herb sales at the Black Tortoise Market. He left no note. There was no one to leave a note for. He paused at the village gate and looked back once. The gray shapes of the houses, the dim glow of the clan hall's spirit lantern, left burning all night as a marker for returning cultivators, an old custom from when Ash Valley had been more prosperous. The smell of cook-fire ash and animal pens, and the particular damp stone smell of a village that had been in one place too long. He had been brought here as a wordless infant, left on a stranger's doorstep. He had grown up on the margins of everyone else's story, a footnote to a family that wasn't his. He felt, leaving it, something complicated. Not grief exactly, more like the sensation of setting down a weight you have been carrying so long you forgot it was heavy. He turned and walked into the pre-dawn dark. The Broken Tooth Mountains rose around him on both sides, and the stars were beginning to pale, and the road ahead was unlit and without maps, and he was 15 years old and rootless and entirely alone, and he walked into it the same way he had learned to walk into the hollow, without forcing, without fear, with the peculiar alertness of someone who knows that the path only reveals itself to those who are already moving. Somewhere behind him, the village was waking up. Somewhere ahead, in the wide, dark world that the great sects had carved up between themselves and called order, there were more dead cultivators with legible meridians, more ancient ruins with caches left by those who had come before, more demonic beasts with power he could channel, more fragment texts in the back tables of black markets, more of the road he had already found the beginning of. There were also, certainly, more patrols. He quickened his pace. Chapter 11. The City at the Crossroads. Stonehaven City was the first real city Wei Liang had ever seen, and it hit him with the force of a physical blow. He had been walking for 6 days through increasingly populated roads, sleeping in ditches and once in the hay warmth of a roadside stable, eating sparingly from his pack, and supplementing with mountain routes he knew were safe. The Broken Tooth Range had dwindled behind him into a smudge on the horizon, and the world had widened from mountain paths into the broad, packed earth roads of the Qianlong Prefecture's heartland. Stonehaven squatted at the junction of 3 trade roads, surrounded by a wall of gray stone 20 feet high, its gates open and busy in the way of a place that had been doing commerce for so long it had forgotten commerce was something that could stop. The smell reached him before the gates did, cooking meat, animals, forge smoke, river mud, and beneath all of it the faintly acrid trace of spirit coin transactions, which had its own smell if you had learned to sense Kai in all its forms. He walked through the gate with his hood up, his inner sense pressed as flat and dim as he could make it, and tried to look like someone who had done this many times. The city was full of cultivators. Not the overwhelming presence of a sect headquarters, but the scattered density of a trading hub, wandering practitioners between assignments, outer disciples on errands, minor clan members doing business, the occasional inner disciple moving through the crowd with the particular gravity of someone who knew they would not be jostled. Each one was a node of radiating Kai, and Wei Liang moved between them the way a fish moves between rocks in a stream, letting their fields slide past him without touching. He needed 3 things: a map of the wider region, information about which sects patrolled which territories, and work that would pay without requiring identity papers he did not have. He found the first 2 at a tea house near the east gate, where for the price of a cup of middling green tea he could sit for 2 hours and listen to the conversations of cultivators who assumed, as cultivators always did, that ordinary people were deaf to their discussions. A Blackwater sect enforcement patrol had been through the Broken Tooth Range twice in the past month, he learned. They were looking for what they called a ghost cultivator, a rootless practitioner using a suppressed method. The term made something cold move through his chest. They had a name for what he was. The name meant they had encountered it before. He sat with his tea until it was cold, thinking through his options with the methodical patience the hollow road had ground into him. The open road was the most dangerous. The cities were dangerous, but provided cover. Sects operated in territories, and territories had edges, border regions where overlapping claims meant no single sect could easily enforce anything. He needed a border region. He needed obscurity. And he needed, urgently, to advance further along the nameless river method before the next time someone looked at him too closely. He bought a rice paper map from a stall near the market square, spread it on his knees in the tea house, and found what he was looking for: 40 Li to the east, where the Qianlong Prefecture's influence faded and the territories of 3 minor sects blurred into each other, lay a region the map simply labeled Gray Mist Basin. No sect marker. No resource claim. Unmapped, contested, and probably dangerous. He finished his cold tea, folded his map, and went to find work. The work found him first in the form of a stout merchant named Luo Bangjun who needed someone to carry his herb consignment to a buyer on the East Road and had been let down, loudly and at considerable volume, by the porter he had hired yesterday. Wei Liang carried herbs. He got paid. He asked Luo Bangjun, with the casual interest of someone making conversation, what people said about Gray Mist Basin. Luo Bangjun's face did something complicated. "Haunted," he said finally. "That's what the locals say. Sect disciples go in sometimes, looking for unclaimed spirit veins. Not all of them come out. The ones that do," he paused, They say they saw things that didn't make sense, formations that shouldn't be active, a structure in the deep mist that doesn't appear on any map. Sounds unpleasant, Wei Liang said. Sounds like somewhere a sensible person doesn't go, Luo Bangjian agreed. Wei Liang kept his thoughts to himself. But that evening, sitting on the east road with his pack and his map, he felt something that was not quite excitement and not quite fear but occupied the same territory as both. He set off for Grey Mist Basin at first light. Chapter 12. Grey Mist Basin. The mist arrived before the basin did. He was still on high ground when it began, a ground-hugging gray that thickened as he descended, swallowing the lower hills, erasing the road's horizon. By the time the path flattened into the basin floor, visibility had shrunk to perhaps 30 feet in every direction. The world existed only as far as the mist allowed. He opened his inner sense and immediately understood why cultivators who came here saw things that didn't make sense. The basin was saturated with old Kai, not the fresh ambient energy of the mountains, but something ancient and compressed, Kai that had been cycling through the same formations for so long it had developed strange harmonics. It moved in patterns he didn't recognize, spiraling in slow eddies, pooling in low places, thinning over others in a way that felt almost deliberate. The nameless river method, in its later stages, described environments like this, confluence grounds, it called them. Places where the boundary between the physical world and the deeper layers of Kai reality had grown thin. They were rare. They were also, the text noted, precisely the kind of environment in which the hollow road practitioner could advance most rapidly. Because the channel that was the cultivator's body in a confluence ground was immersed in a river rather than a stream. Wei Liang set up a simple camp on slightly elevated ground at what felt like the basin's edge and spent the first day simply mapping it with his inner sense. The structure he found was extraordinary. The entire basin was one vast, dormant formation array, pre-sect era, laid out in a circular pattern with 7 nodes. 6 of the nodes were dark, long dead, their activation energy spent centuries ago. But the 7th in the basin's center was alive. Not bright, not powerful exactly, but alive the way a coal is alive, patient, deep, waiting for oxygen. He spent 3 days approaching it. The 7th node was a stone platform no larger than a modest courtyard, rising from the mist-soaked basin floor on a slight natural hill. On the platform's center stood a single pillar of black stone, 7 feet tall, carved with the same archaic script he had seen in the mountain cache. Around the platform's edge, arranged in a ring that corresponded exactly to the inner senses map of the formation's outer boundary, were the remains of cultivators. Not skeletons. They had been too well preserved by the formation's ambient Kai for that. More like dried husks, still wearing sect robes from 3 different organizations, expressions locked in the specific configuration of people who had died suddenly, and without understanding why. Wei Liang counted 11 of them. He studied them for a long time from the platform's edge. They had not been killed by a beast or a trap in the conventional sense. Their meridians, he could still read the ghost traces of them, even now, had been evacuated. Their channels had been scoured clean of every trace of accumulated Kai, as thoroughly as if they had never cultivated at all. The formation had drained them. Wei Liang looked at the living node, the black pillar, the 11 dead cultivators, and understood something that the nameless river method had hinted at without stating directly. A confluence ground was dangerous to conventional cultivators precisely because it operated on the same principle as the hollow road. It didn't attack, it simply absorbed. A cultivator with a spirit root and a full dantian of refined Kai was, in this environment, an undefended reservoir. The formation did what any channel does when placed beside a source: it drained it. A hollow vessel, by contrast, had nothing to drain. He stepped onto the platform. The formation activated around him with a sound like distant wind chimes, and the mist thickened, and the coal at the seventh node brightened from dim ember to something considerably more than that, and began to pour into him, not trying to drain him, recognizing him, recognizing the shape of an empty channel. He sat cross-legged at the base of the pillar and opened the hollow as wide as it had ever been and let the ancient formation do what it had been waiting centuries to do, and the world went white and vast and very, very still. Chapter 13, the fourth stage. He was in the formation for 3 days. He did not experience those 3 days as time. He experienced them as distance, as though the river of the formation's Kai was carrying him, and the carrying itself was the practice, and the practice was simultaneously the most effortless and most demanding thing he had ever done. The Nameless River Method's fourth stage was called Transparent Body. It was the point at which the hollow road practitioner's channels became smooth enough that Kai could flow through them without the practitioner needing to consciously shape it. The channel itself, through sufficient refinement, imposed a natural form on whatever passed through. The text had described it as the difference between a rough-cut tunnel that merely permitted water to flow and a carved aqueduct that gave the water direction and force. Reaching it under normal practice would have taken, by the method's own estimate, another year. The ancient formation compressed that year into 3 days, pouring 7 centuries of accumulated Kai through his channels in a continuous stream that polished them the way a river polishes stone, by sheer sustained pressure and volume. He emerged from the platform at dawn of the 4th day with channels that were smooth as jade and a headache that felt like someone had replaced his skull with a size smaller. He also emerged with something he had not possessed before, a faint, persistent luminescence in his meridians that was visible to spirit sense. Not bright, not the clear glow of a conventional cultivator's refined core, but detectable, if someone was looking carefully. The transparent body stage made him visible in a way he had not been before. He sat at the platform's edge, hands on his knees, processing this. Advancement significant. He could now channel Kai with a precision and force that put him, functionally, at the outer edge of body tempering's peak, without having gone through a single stage of body tempering as conventional cultivation defined it. He was not a body tempering cultivator. He was something adjacent to one, traveling a parallel road that ran at the same altitude. Visibility increased. The benefit of advancement now came with a cost that his original absolute invisibility had not carried. He needed to be more careful, and he needed to move faster. He drank the last of his water, ate a handful of dried grain, and spent an hour with the Nameless River Method's 5th stage, committing it to memory. 5th stage, Resonant Hollow. The ability to not merely channel ambient Kai, but to resonate with the Kai of living things, cultivators, demonic beasts, Kai-rich plants, and briefly mirror their techniques, not by learning them but by borrowing the shape of their active methods the way he had borrowed the dead cultivator's technique in the ravine 3 years ago, only now with control and intention rather than accident. The principle was clear. The practice was, the text noted without apparent sympathy, extremely difficult and likely to produce significant pain until mastered. He closed the text, stood, shouldered his pack, and walked out of gray mist basin. He had been in the basin for 7 days total. He felt, leaving it, the way he imagined a sword felt after tempering, harder, sharper, with the particular brittleness that comes before full refinement, that would either break or finish the job. Chapter 14, Ghost of the Road. He spent the next 2 months learning to be no one. Not the familiar invisibility of Ash Valley, where he had been no one through assigned insignificance, but the deliberate, constructed invisibility of a practitioner who understood that survival in the sect world required fluency in absence. He walked the border roads, the gray territories between sect jurisdiction markers where the world's administrative reality grew thin. He stopped in villages too small for regular sect patrols, in roadside inns where the clientele was transient enough that no one's presence was remarkable. He did odd work, hauling, herb identification, minor guidance through mountain passes, and paid in small coin and left before anyone had his name clearly fixed in memory. He learned to tune his inner sense to the approach of cultivators long before they were visible, and to adjust the faint luminescence of his channels to something below detectable. This was not suppression in the conventional sense. He had no core to suppress, but a specific modulation of the hollow itself, making it less resonant, less like a tuned instrument and more like an empty room. The technique took 3 weeks to master and gave him, the first time it worked correctly, a satisfaction so clean it was almost physical. He also learned to read the world's Kai topography as he moved through it. Every region had a quality to it, a combination of elemental balance, historical residue, and formation influence that was as distinctive as a face. He began to map these qualities with his inner sense, building in his mind a picture of the landscape that overlaid the physical world with something older and more informative. Spirit vein locations. Ancient battle sites, still faintly charged with the violence of whatever had been fought there. Nodes where Kai pooled naturally and could be borrowed to briefly extend his range. He was building, he understood, a cultivator's knowledge of the world through a method that no cultivator sect had developed because no cultivator sect had ever needed to. All of this was a byproduct of having no root. He could not fill himself with the world's Kai, so he had learned to read it instead. To understand its structure the way a blind man learns the layout of a room, by texture, by air movement, by the sound of his own footsteps. In a certain light, being rootless had made him more perceptive than any rooted cultivator his age. He tried not to find this amusing, in case complacency was the thing that killed him. He was 2 months from Ash Valley, camped in the ruins of a watchtower on a ridge overlooking a broad agricultural valley, when he found the second body. This one was different from the cultivators in the mountain ravines of his childhood. This was a young woman, perhaps 18, in the blue robes of a sect he recognized, Verdant Canopy, a middle-tier sect 3 prefectures to the west. She was not dead from a fall or a beast. Her channels had been burned deliberately, methodically, with a technique that used refined fire Kai as a scalpel, cutting through meridians the way a surgeon cuts through tissue. Someone had destroyed her cultivation. She was alive, barely. Her pulse was present but thin, and her breathing had the shallow, desperate quality of a person whose body had just lost the thing that had been reinforcing it for years. Wei Liang looked at her for a long moment. Then he looked at the road. Then he looked at her again. He knelt and began to assess the damage. Chapter 15, You King. She woke up swinging. The blow caught Wei Liang's forearm rather than his jaw, and he rode it backward with the reflexes that months of beast encounters had installed in his body. She was sitting up, reaching for a sword that was no longer there, her face cycling through confusion, fury, and something rawer, before settling into a controlled blankness that told him she had training beyond the martial. "You're in a ruined watchtower," Wei Liang said from a safe distance. "You've been unconscious for a day and a half. You're not in immediate danger. I'm not aligned with anyone who would have done what was done to you." She assessed him the way she might assess a landscape before moving through it quickly, comprehensively, with particular attention to the things that seemed most likely to kill her. "You're not a cultivator," she said. Her voice was steady despite everything. "Your Kai," she stopped, frowned. "You have no Dan Tian signature, but your meridians are unusual," Wei Liang agreed. "Yes." A pause. She tried, reflexively, to draw on her own Kai, and something crossed her face that he recognized loss, sharp as a new cut. She had known, intellectually, that her cultivation was gone, the body confirming it was different. They burned your channels on the right side and severed the main meridian trunk at Foundation Establishment's primary node, Wei Liang said, not ungently. The severing will heal with time. The burns will scar. You'll lose efficiency permanently on the right channel cluster, but you won't lose everything if you're careful in how you begin rebuilding. She stared at him. How do you know that? I read meridians, he said simply. Who did this to you? Her name was Yu King. She was 17, 2 years older than Wei Liang, and she was, or had been, an inner disciple of the Verdant Canopy sect at the late stage of Kai gathering. She had been on a solo courier mission when a senior disciple of the Blackwater sect had intercepted her on this road. The nature of the attack had not been robbery or territorial dispute. It had been personal, carried out with the deliberate precision of a punishment. He said, she told Wei Liang with a steadiness that cost her something, that it was a lesson in the consequences of knowing things you weren't supposed to know. What did you know? She looked at him for a long time. How trustworthy are you? I'm a rootless practitioner using a suppressed method who is being hunted by the same sect that attacked you, Wei Liang said. Make of that what you will. Something shifted in her expression, a recalibration. Rootless, she said slowly. And yet you're cultivating. Poorly and dangerously by most standards, he agreed. What did you know, you king? She was quiet for another moment. Then, I know where the Blackwater sect's enforcement branch keeps its register of suppressed cultivators, the ones they've already found and processed. And I know it's much longer than anyone outside the sect is supposed to know. The air in the ruined watchtower felt different after she said that. How long? Wei Liang asked. Thousands, she said. Over 5 centuries. Every rootless practitioner, every cultivator using a forbidden method, every minor sect that was absorbed by force and then had its records erased. She met his eyes. A register of everyone who tried to walk a road the sects didn't carve. Wei Liang sat very still and thought about 11 dried husks around a formation platform, and the cache in the mountain, and the fragments of the ancient practitioner's story in the jade slip, and the passage in his primer. Each one stopped. All right, he said finally. Here's what I can offer you. I know how to move unseen through sect territory. I know the border roads, and I can help you begin meridian reconstruction when you're ready. In exchange, you tell me everything you know about the Blackwater sect's enforcement operations. That's a dangerous trade for both of us, she said. Yes, he agreed. She was quiet for a moment. Then she held out her right hand, the one attached to the damaged channels, a deliberate acknowledgement. He shook it. Chapter 16, The Ghost Register. They traveled south together, moving carefully along the border roads. Yu King was, once she had fully woken up, a remarkable traveling companion. Not comfortable, not easy, but precise in a way Wei Liang found clarifying. She had been trained as a Verdant Canopy information disciple, one of the sect's internal intelligence network, tasked with gathering and analyzing information about other sects, territories, and political developments. Her mind worked in probabilities and contingencies, and she had the habit of stating conclusions directly, and then listing the assumptions underneath them, which Wei Liang found was exactly how he preferred conversation. She had no Kai and could not cultivate for now. She did not complain about this. She had, Wei Liang observed, the kind of stillness that comes not from training but from having already passed through a furnace and come out the other side, not unchanged, but unbroken. He taught her what he knew about moving through the world's Kai topography, because even without cultivation, an information disciple with that sense would be more capable than one without it. She did not have the hollow sense. It was, as far as he could tell, not a teachable skill but something he had developed in response to his own specific condition. But she learned to read the environmental cues that the Kai topography produced in the physical world, the way certain plants grew near spirit vein nodes, the particular behavior of mist near old formation remnants, the silence that fell in areas where the Kai had been recently disturbed. In exchange, she talked. The Blackwater Sects Enforcement Branch was called the Still Water Bureau. It had existed for 200 years, formally created by an agreement between the top 5 sects of the era to collectively suppress what they called Kai deviation cultivation, any method that operated outside the 5-element spirit root framework. The agreement's stated rationale was safety, unregulated cultivation methods, the founding document claimed, posed a risk of Kai contamination to innocent bystanders. The real rationale, Yu King said flatly, was monopoly. The 5-element framework was the basis of every cultivation resource market: spirit stones, spirit herbs, formation materials, technique manuals. A method that operated outside it was a method that could not be taxed, could not be controlled, and could not be suppressed by the standard techniques that all sects trained their enforcers to use. It was, in the language of markets, a disruption. "How did you find the register?" Wei Liang asked. "Verdant Canopy has been collecting intelligence on the Bureau for 15 years, Yu King said. "We're not large enough to challenge them directly, but we've been building a case. Evidence that the Bureau operates outside its founding charter, not just suppressing dangerous methods but eliminating cultivators who might compete with established sects commercially. Minor clans with useful but non-standard techniques, independent practitioners who found spirit veins the sects wanted, people like," she looked at him sidelong, "people like what you are. And your senior disciple, the one who attacked you. He works for the Bureau as a contractor," she said. "He found out I'd accessed a Bureau archive. He acted before I could bring the information back to my sect." They walked in silence for a while. The road was empty, the fields on either side brown and winter bare. "The register," Wei Liang said. "The thousands." "Yes. Does your sect know what's in it?" "They know it exists." "They don't know the full scope." She paused. "I had the full scope for approximately 3 hours before he caught up with me." Another pause. "I have a good memory." Wei Liang looked at her. "I remember everything I read," she said. "It's not cultivation, just how my mind works. I had 3 hours with the register." "Then you are," Wei Liang said very carefully, "the most dangerous person on this road." "Yes," Yu King agreed, with the particular equanimity of someone who had already made peace with this conclusion. "Which is why they'll come for me again, and why I need to be somewhere they can't reach me before that happens." Chapter 17. The Hidden Sect. The unmapped sect had no name that outsiders knew. Wei Liang had found the first reference to it in the ancient cache's jade slip. A single oblique line in the practitioner's account: "If you reach the 5th stage alive and find yourself in need of shelter, look for the sign of the inverted mountain in the back road south of the Wuling Range. The people there know what it means to walk outside the map." He had held that line in the back of his mind for months, not yet at the 5th stage and with no reason yet to seek shelter urgently. With Yu King and the Still Water Bureau now factored in, urgency had arrived. The inverted mountain sign, a mountain rendered with its peak pointing downward, as though reflected in water, appeared, once he knew to look, in surprisingly many places, scratched into bridge supports, painted on the corner stones of way station walls, worked into the pattern of a roadside shrine's wood carving in a way that looked ornamental unless you knew what you were seeing. A network of quiet markers for people who traveled roads that weren't on maps. They found a contact 3 days south of the Wuling Range, a woman in her 50s who ran a roadside medicine stall and who, when Wei Liang pressed the heel of his right hand to the counter in the specific configuration that had taken him 2 days to decode from the jade slip's hint, looked at him for a long moment, and then gave him a small wooden token with an address scratched on its back. 2 days further south," she said. "Don't arrive at night, don't arrive in a hurry." The place was an inn of sorts, built into a cliffside, invisible from the road, access through a path that was only a path if you already knew it was a path. Its inner courtyard opened onto a space far larger than the exterior suggested, which told Wei Liang that at least one of the inn's inhabitants knew formation work. The person who met them at the courtyard gate was an old man of indeterminate age, with the particular quality of stillness that Wei Liang had come to associate with people who had been practicing some form of cultivation for a very long time. His Kai was unlike anything Wei Liang had encountered, not the clear structured energy of a spirit root cultivator, but something older, more diffuse, distributed through his body the way warmth distributes through heated stone. He looked at Wei Liang for a moment, then he looked at Yu King, then he looked back at Wei Liang. "Hollow road," he said, not a question. "Fourth stage, working toward fifth," Wei Liang confirmed. "Alive and functional at fourth stage." The old man's expression was not quite admiration and not quite relief, but occupied the territory between them. "Come in. There's warm food and we have beds that have been empty too long." "Who are you?" Yu King asked with her characteristic directness. "My name is Shen Guo," the old man said. "I was a hollow road practitioner. Past tense, I exhausted the method at the 9th stage 40 years ago, and what I have left is a shadow of what I carried then. But I remember enough to be useful." He looked at Wei Liang. "The last person to reach me through the sign network was 11 years ago." "They didn't survive their first year." Wei Liang absorbed this. "Then I'm the current record," he said. Shen Guo smiled, a small, precise smile like a hairline crack in careful stone. "For whatever it's worth, yes. Come in, record holder. Tell me how you did it." Chapter 18, The Teacher Who Walked Ahead. Shen Guo was not what Wei Liang had imagined a mentor would be. He had, in the abstract, imagined someone who would provide clear instruction, systematic correction, and the accumulated wisdom of a practitioner who had walked the full road. What he got was a man who answered direct questions with other questions, interrupted explanations to point at birds, and had a tendency to fall asleep in the middle of conversations that he then resumed without acknowledgement of the interruption, exactly where he had left off. He was also, Wei Liang gradually understood, the most perceptive person he had ever met. On the first full day, Shen Guo made Wei Liang demonstrate every stage of his practice while he watched with eyes that saw things Wei Liang was only beginning to understand could be seen. He said nothing for 3 hours. Then, "Your approach to stage 3 is wrong. It works, which is why you didn't know it was wrong, but it is inefficient in a way that will compound as you advance. You're shaping the channel with effort rather than allowing the channel's structure to do the shaping naturally. You're doing the river's work for it. The text doesn't distinguish. The text is incomplete." Shen Guo said this without criticism. The practitioner who wrote it had reached the 7th stage and was writing from memory in adverse circumstances. "There are gaps. I've found them. Most cost me less than they would have cost you. I had a teacher at stages 3 through 5, which you did not. You have compensated remarkably well, but we should correct the foundation before we build higher." They spent 2 weeks on stage 3 refinement. The correction was subtle and its effects were immediate. Where his practice had required active maintenance, it now ran with a self-sustaining quality that freed his attention for other things. The sensation was, Wei Liang thought, like the difference between carrying water in cupped hands and carrying it in a sealed vessel. "You progressed through the first 4 stages in approximately 2 years, Shen Guo said one evening, over a simple supper of congee and pickled vegetables. "That is, by some margin, the fastest anyone has moved through the early stages. Faster than I did. Faster than anyone whose records I have access to." "Desperation is a reasonable motivator," Wei Liang said. "It is, but desperation alone doesn't produce this." The old man's eyes were steady. "You have a quality of stillness that most practitioners spend decades developing. You had it, I think, before you began." Wei Liang thought about 12 years of scrubbing courtyards, of being the furniture, of learning that the only reliable state was one that made no demands on the world because the world would not fulfill them. Poverty of expectation, he said. It teaches you stillness whether you want it or not. Shen Guo was quiet for a moment. Yes, he said. The world does not intend it as a gift, but the hollow road takes gifts where it finds them. Yu King, meanwhile, was beginning the slow work of meridian reconstruction. She had, Wei Liang was discovering, a quality that was almost the inverse of his, where he had learned to be empty. She had learned to be precise. Her approach to rebuilding her channels was systematic to a degree that he found, honestly, instructive. She had mapped the damage with painstaking accuracy in the first week, developed a rehabilitation sequence that prioritized structural integrity over rapid recovery, and worked through it with the methodical patience of someone who understood that some repairs cannot be hurried without breaking the whole. He helped where he could, using the resonant hollow technique, still imperfect, still occasionally painful, but increasingly reliable, to get a clearer picture of her channel structure than she could see from the inside. In the evenings, she shared what she remembered from the register. Names, dates, methods, the pattern of who the bureau targeted and why. The more he heard, the more a purpose assembled itself in the back of his mind, quiet, patient, not yet spoken aloud. Chapter 19, The Fifth Stage and What It Cost. He reached the fifth stage on a morning in late spring, 43 days after arriving at Shen Guo's inn. Resonant hollow was not a technique he crossed a threshold into. It was a technique he had been partially using for months, in the rough, imperfect form of someone who had taught themselves from incomplete instructions. What the fifth stage represented was the completion of that partial knowledge, the ability to not just accidentally mirror the Kai structure of nearby cultivators, but to consciously, precisely, and sustainably resonate with any living thing's active Kai pattern. Shen Guo made him demonstrate it on a Tier 2 demonic beast, a copper ridge serpent that the old man kept, improbably, in a formation warded enclosure behind the inn for exactly this purpose. Feel it, Shen Guo said. Not with the hollow, that's reading. With the resonance, that's borrowing. Wei Liang stood at the enclosure's edge and felt the serpent's Kai, dense, coiled, metal and earth in quality, organized around a technique it used constantly and unconsciously, a defensive constriction pattern that reinforced its natural scales with active Kai. He reached with the resonance, found the technique's shape, let it flow into his own channels, borrowed rather than copied. For 20 seconds his skin hardened, not visibly, not to the degree of the serpent's scales, but to his own sense his surface felt denser, more resistant, as though the world would have to work harder to damage it. Then the serpent's Kai moved on, he released the resonance, and the hardness faded. 20 seconds of borrowed defense. It cost him nothing except the effort of the resonance itself, which was considerable. Good, Shen Guo said. Now understand the price. The price, as the nameless river method stated, and Shen Guo explained in careful detail, was twofold. First, the resonance required proximity, and proximity to a powerful cultivator while actively resonating with them was the most dangerous thing a hollow road practitioner could do, because a powerful cultivator's Kai could overwhelm the resonance and reverse drain the channel. Second, extended resonance with a single source created a persistent link, faint, temporary but real, that could, if the source was sensitive enough or if the technique was sustained long enough, be detected. You can borrow the shape of a mountain, Shen Guo said, but the mountain can feel you doing it. Wei Liang thought about the still water bureau's enforcers and their broad spirit senses. He thought about Yu King and the senior disciple who had burned her channels. He thought about what the sixth stage would require and what dangers it would bring with it. Then I need to be faster than the mountain notices, he said. Shen Guo looked at him with that precise small smile. Yes, he agreed. You do. That evening, alone on the cliff path that ran above the inn, Wei Liang stood in the spring air and looked south. He had been 3 months from Ash Valley. He had advanced 2 stages. He had found a mentor, a companion, and a picture of the world that was considerably darker and more detailed than the one he had carried as a boy on his boulder under the stars. He thought about the register. Thousands of names. 5 centuries. He thought about the nameless river method's 9th stage, the stage Shen Guo had exhausted himself reaching. The ancient practitioner who had left the cache had died before reaching it. Shen Guo had reached it and survived, but at a cost he was quietly oblique about. He thought about the black vial in his pack, the one from the cache. Drink it at the second threshold. He was not yet certain what the second threshold was, but he was beginning to have suspicions. He thought about a testing stone that had said nothing. Not a flicker, a hollow vessel, a channel. The river didn't fill it. The river moved through it, and the river, given long enough, carved the stone. Chapter 20, When the Bureau Comes Knocking. The Still Water Bureau arrived on a Tuesday, which Shen Guo said had always been his least favorite day of the week, and this did not improve his opinion of Tuesdays. There were 4 of them, 3 agents in the Bureau's characteristic gray and black, and 1 person in plain clothes who was not an agent but who radiated the particular quality of someone with a very large, very precisely calibrated spirit sense. A sense reader, trained specifically for detection. The Bureau used them when they needed to find practitioners who had learned to suppress their conventional Chi signatures. They had come from the North Road, which meant they were not here for Yu King specifically. Her sect affiliation would have sent them from the West. They were here for the ghost cultivator, the unauthorized practitioner last tracked to the Broken Tooth Mountains 8 months ago. Wei Liang felt them at 6 Li, which gave him 12 minutes. He spent the first 3 waking Shen Guo and Yu King, the next 4 helping Yu King into the formation-walled lower chamber where the inn's 3 other inhabitants, practitioners of various suppressed methods, as it turned out, whom Wei Liang had met only in passing, were already gathering. The remaining 5 minutes he spent on the cliff path above the inn, working through a calculation. Running was the obvious answer. He was faster than a conventional cultivator of his functional level because the transparent body stage gave him an efficiency of movement that body tempering did not, and he knew these roads. Running was also the answer that conceded the inn, conceded Shen Guo, conceded the others in the lower chamber. He stood on the cliff path and felt the Bureau agents moving up the approach road, and the sense reader's scan already washing outward, and he opened the hollow and the resonance simultaneously. An advanced technique Shen Guo had shown him last week, not yet mastered, and felt the reader's spirit sense the way you feel a beam of light with your eyes closed, the pressure, the direction, the quality of attention behind it. Then he did something that the nameless river method did not describe, and that he had not planned. He resonated with the spirit sense itself. Not with a cultivator's Chi, with the technique, the active scan, the sense reader's extended awareness. He mirrored its shape and sent that mirror back. The scan hit the mirror and returned to the reader, reporting the one thing guaranteed to make a sense reader doubt their own perception: the complete absence of any Chi signature whatsoever, including ambient environmental Chi, which was physically impossible. The reader would read a perfect void where Wei Liang was standing. The scan swept past, swept back, hesitated. Wei Liang held the mirror absolutely still and breathed with the particular quality of someone who was, in this moment, simply a hollow place in the world. The Bureau agents reached the inn. Wei Liang, from the cliff path above, watched them with his eyes while monitoring their Chi with his inner sense. They questioned Shen Guo, who was excellent at being a harmless elderly innkeeper, checked the common rooms, debated in low voices, and 14 minutes after arriving, began the road south. The sense reader paused at the inn gate and looked directly at the cliff path. Wei Liang did not breathe. The reader's scan washed out one more time, wider, probing. Found the void. Frowned. Wei Liang could feel the frown in the quality of the scan's attention, and then withdrew, following the agents down the road. Wei Liang stayed on the cliff path until he felt them cross the 2-lie marker. Then he let out a very long, very quiet breath and sat down on the stone, shaking slightly. He had just deceived a professional spirit sense reader from the Still Water Bureau. Using a technique he had not known he could perform before attempting it 30 seconds ago. Below, the inn's door opened and Shen Guo emerged into the courtyard. He looked up at the cliff path. Wei Liang looked down at him. Even from this distance, he could see the expression on the old man's face, not surprise exactly. More like the look of someone watching a pattern complete itself that they had hoped for but not been certain of. Wei Liang climbed back down. "What did you do?" Shen Guo asked. "I'm not entirely sure," Wei Liang said honestly. "Can you do it again?" Wei Liang thought about it. The resonance mirror technique had come from somewhere, not training, not prior practice, but from the logic of the hollow road itself. The road had its own logic, its own tendency. He had not invented the technique. He had found it the way the river finds the lowest path, by moving and letting the shape of the territory guide him. "Yes," he said, "I think so." Shen Guo was quiet for a moment. Around them, the spring air moved through the cliffside trees, and somewhere in the formation enclosure, the copper ridge serpent shifted in its sleep. "Wei Liang," the old man said, "I have been a hollow road practitioner since I was 19 years old. I have known 8 others who walked this road in my lifetime, most of them briefly. I have read everything that survives of those who walked it before us." He paused. "What you just did, the resonance mirror, is described in the Nameless River Method's 8th stage." Another pause. "You are at the 5th. Wei Liang let that sit for a moment. "The road opens to those who move," he said finally. It came out sounding like a proverb, though he had not intended it as one. Shen Guo looked at him with that precise, careful smile. "Yes," he said, "it does. Come inside. Yu King is about to say something caustic about Tuesdays, and I don't want to miss it." Chapter 21. What Shen Guo Lost. He asked on the 4th morning after the Bureau's visit, with the directness that the hollow road had taught him was more efficient than patience in certain matters. "What did the 9th stage cost you?" Shen Guo was feeding the copper ridge serpent, dropping quartered rabbits through the enclosure slot with the practiced ease of long habit. He did not answer immediately. The serpent's thick body moved in its unhurried way, and the formation walls hummed with the faint frequency of contained Kai. "Sit down," the old man said. Wei Liang sat on the stone bench near the enclosure wall and waited. "The Nameless River Method has 9 stages," Shen Guo said eventually. "You know this. What the text does not explain clearly is that the stages do not simply increase your capacity along the same axis. Each stage changes the nature of what you are. The first 4 stages refine the channel. Stage 5 opens resonance. You can feel and borrow from the living world. Stage 6 extends resonance to formations and objects. The inert world speaks to you as well. Stage 7 allows you to project the hollow outward, extending your emptiness beyond your physical body. Stage 8 is the mirror, which you have apparently found prematurely, through the logic of necessity, which is very like the road." He dropped the last piece of rabbit into the enclosure and closed the slot. "And stage 9, Shen Guo turned. His eyes, in the morning light, were the particular gray of old stone, not cold but ancient, carrying the specific weight of things that had been looked at for a very long time. "Stage 9 is called the Hollow Name," he said. "At that stage, the practitioner's channel becomes large enough, smooth enough, and well-aligned enough to carry a current of Kai that has no elemental affinity at all. Not metal, not fire, not the 5 elements, something older. The texts call it primordial flow. It predates the five-element framework. It is what moved through the world before the first cultivators organized heaven's Kai into a system that they could regulate and sell. A pause. When I reached the ninth stage and first channeled primordial flow, he continued, it scoured the parts of my body that were not fully prepared for it, which was most of my body. My meridians, which I had spent 40 years refining, were simply not large enough or smooth enough for what the ninth stage required. I survived, but the flow passed through me like a river through a crack in a dam. It widened what it needed to widen, and it broke what it broke in the widening. He held up his right hand. At this distance, in this light, Wei Liang could see what he had always sensed but not focused on. The right hand's channels were scar tissue. Not dead, Shen Guo could still use them, but fundamentally altered, ridged and contracted like a burned survivor's skin. I lost 3/4 of my right side's channel capacity, Shen Guo said. The primordial flow still moves through what remains, but what remains is a fraction. He lowered his hand. This is what the ninth stage costs if you are not fully prepared, if you try to run the river through a crack instead of a properly carved channel. Wei Liang absorbed this for a long moment. The black vial, he said. From the cache, the text said drink it at the second threshold. Shen Guo's expression sharpened. You have the vial. Yes. Show me. Wei Liang produced it from his inner pocket, a small glass vial of black liquid, sealed with wax that was centuries old but had held perfectly. Shen Guo took it, held it to the light, turned it. I've read about this, he said quietly. I never found one. The practitioner who created the cache, he solved the ninth stage problem. This is the solution. What is it? Channel preparation, Shen Guo said. A compound that accelerates meridian refinement in a targeted way, specifically the deep channels that the ninth stage requires. If taken at the right threshold, which I believe means between the seventh and eighth stage, it does in 3 months what would otherwise take 20 additional years of practice. He set the vial down on the enclosure wall. It is also, he added, almost certainly lethal if taken at the wrong threshold or by someone whose channels are not sufficiently prepared. How do I know when the threshold is right? You won't know for certain, Shen Guo said. That is the nature of this road. He looked at Wei Liang steadily. But you are at the 5th stage. 3 to 4 more stages before the question becomes relevant. Focus on that. And in the meantime, he pushed the vial back across the enclosure wall. Guard that very carefully. Chapter 22, Yu King's War. Yu King's meridian reconstruction progressed at a pace that impressed even Shen Guo, who had seen many cultivators rebuild from partial destruction. It was, Wei Liang thought, because she did not treat it as recovery. She treated it as a project with specifications. Each channel was a problem to be solved, each scar a constraint to be worked around, each session of painful rebuilding a data point in a larger map. She kept notes in a small cloth-covered book that she wrote in every evening by lamplight, and the notes were dense with diagrams and shorthand that he had only partially decoded. 3 weeks after the Bureau's visit, she was at approximately 40% of her pre-destruction capacity. Not enough for combat. Enough for most things that didn't involve combat. On the evening of the 23rd day, she came to find Wei Liang on the cliff path, his preferred thinking spot which she had respected until now by not intruding on, and sat beside him without preamble. I need to talk about what I know, she said. Not just in conversation, formally. Written down, verified, structured as evidence. For your sect. For whoever can use it. She looked at the valley below, dark now except for scattered farmhouse lights. Verdant canopy wants the information, yes, but I've been thinking about what the register actually is. It's not just evidence of the Bureau's overreach. It's a record of everyone they've suppressed. 5 centuries of practitioners, their methods, their locations, what they were working on when the Bureau found them. Wei Liang was quiet. Some of those methods, she continued, are probably lost. The Bureau would have ensured that, but the register described them, enough detail to know they existed, to know what was possible outside the five-element system. She turned to look at him. The register is a map of roads that were closed. Your road was closed. Someone, centuries ago, kept walking it anyway and left you a manual. How many other manuals existed that were simply destroyed before anyone could inherit them? It landed the way she had clearly intended it to land, not as a rhetorical question, but as an enumeration of a specific loss. "What do you want to do?" he asked. "I want to reconstruct as much of the register as I can from memory," she said. "All of it, every name, every method, every date, and then I want to find a way to make it public, not just to Verdant Canopy, to everyone." She paused. "The sects survive on information asymmetry. They know what they've suppressed. Everyone else only knows what the sects allow them to know. If that asymmetry disappears, the sects become very angry," Wei Liang said. "The sects become accountable," she said firmly, "which they will hate, but which is different from angry." He thought about the 11 dead husks around the formation platform in Gray Mist Basin. He thought about the old practitioner's cache and the story of how the hollow road had been suppressed, found again. He thought about Shen Guo's scarred right hand. "All right," he said. "Start writing. I'll help you organize it." She looked at him with an expression he was beginning to recognize, a slight recalibration, as though she had expected some additional persuasion to be required. "Just like that. You're right about the information asymmetry, and I have a personal stake in roads being open." He stood. "Also, I am getting tired of hiding." It was the first time he had said it aloud. The truth of it settled in the night air between them, solid and a little frightening. Yu King looked at him for a long moment. Then she opened her cloth notebook to a fresh page. "Then let's begin," she said. Chapter 23, The Sixth Stage, Speaking Stone. The sixth stage came to him in a library. Shen Guo's inn contained, in its deeper rooms, a collection of texts that the old man had spent 40 years quietly accumulating. Manuals, fragments, historical records, and artifacts from practitioners who had passed through and left things in exchange for shelter. It was not a large library by sect standards, perhaps 200 items, but its quality was extraordinary because every item in it had been selected by someone who understood the value of what fell outside the official record. Wei Liang spent his evenings there, working through texts with the methodical hunger of someone making up for a lifetime of one water-damaged primer. He read cultivation histories, beast compendiums, formation theory written by people outside the sect framework, accounts of regions the major sects had mapped incorrectly or not at all. He was reading a formation text, a dry, technical account of how pre-sect era arrays stored and directed Chi through structural geometry rather than through cultivator-mediated channels, when the sixth stage arrived without announcement. He was holding the text. The text's pages were old paper, made from a particular bamboo that grew along river deltas rich in water Chi, which had been absorbed into the fiber over the paper's long life. And he felt it. Not the ambient echo he had always sensed in old objects, that had been present since his early mountain practice, but a specific, articulate voice. Not words. A quality of accumulated experience pressed into the material over centuries that was as legible to his resonance as a spoken sentence. He set the book down very carefully and looked at his hands. The Nameless River Method's sixth stage, resonant hollow, extended to the inert world. Formations, objects, stones, structures, anything that had absorbed Chi over time became, to a sixth stage practitioner, a source that could be read and briefly borrowed from. The implications unfolded in his mind with the quiet inevitability of a logical proof completing itself. Every ancient formation he had ever entered, every spirit stone deposit, every old building that had stood for centuries in a Chi-rich environment, every weapon that a cultivator had spent years bonding with, every artifact in Shen Guo's library. All of it, now, was something he could listen to. He spent the next week carefully learning to calibrate the new sense. Unfiltered, it was overwhelming. Every old object in the library speaking at once, a cacophony of accumulated history. He developed the equivalent of a selective ear, the ability to focus on one voice and quiet the others. Shen Guo watched this process with the expression of a craftsman watching a younger craftsman discover a tool he himself had learned to use long ago. He made occasional corrections. "You're listening too broadly. Narrow the resonance to the object's active Kai signature, not its passive history. Don't try to hold it open, feel it, release, feel again. You're frowning. Stop frowning. The resonance follows tension." By the end of the week, Wei Liang could read an object with the focused clarity of a practiced skill rather than the overwhelming flood of an uncontrolled sense. He could extract specific information, a formation's geometric logic, a weapon's trained patterns, a stone's elemental history. He could also, he discovered, feel the Bureau's formation markers, the small detection arrays they placed on roads and in walls at regular intervals, designed to passively scan for unauthorized Kai signatures. He had been evading them by suppressing his own signature. Now he could read their geometry precisely enough to understand exactly what they could and could not detect, which was considerably more useful. "They have a detection gap," he told Shen Guo, after spending an afternoon reading the markers on the road above the inn. "Their arrays are calibrated to detect Kai moving inward absorption, the process of conventional cultivation. They're not calibrated for a signature that moves through rather than accumulates. The hollow road's fundamental pattern is below their detection threshold even without active suppression." Shen Guo nodded slowly. "The Bureau built their detection system to find what they know to look for," he said. "They know the hollow road exists. But their engineers have never practiced it, so their arrays are built on theory rather than experience." A pause. "This is the advantage of being what we are. They map the roads they've walked. We walk roads they haven't mapped." "Then the suppression I've been maintaining is unnecessary," Wei Liang said. "Not entirely. A sense reader can still detect you if they're close enough and skilled enough. Their arrays cannot. There is a difference." Shen Guo looked at him. "But yes, you have been working harder than necessary. The channel, as it were, is wider than you thought." Chapter 24, Old Scars, New Maps. Yu King had been writing for 3 weeks when she told him the name she remembered most clearly from the register. They were in the library, she at the reading table with her notebook. He cross-legged on the floor with the formation text open in his lap, reading it with both eyes and inner sense now, the two perceptions layering over each other like transparencies, each revealing what the other missed. "Wan Baiken," she said without looking up from her writing. The name meant nothing to him. "Who?" "A formation master, operated independently from any sect 40 years ago. He developed a formation framework. The register called it the unbound array theory that could accomplish what any major sect formation could accomplish, but without requiring spirit stone fuel. Self-sustaining, drawing directly from ambient Kai." She set down her brush. "If it had spread, it would have undercut the entire spirit stone market. The sect's formation monopoly would have collapsed." "The Bureau found him." "The Bureau found him," she confirmed. "The register's entry was detailed. They didn't just suppress the method. They found every student he had taught, every copy of his work, every location where he had built demonstration arrays. 17 people, all of them processed." A pause. Processed was the Bureau's word. The library was quiet. Somewhere outside, wind moved through the cliffside trees. Did any of it survive? The register didn't think so. But the register was written from the Bureau's perspective. They recorded what they had destroyed. They may not have found everything. She picked up her brush again. "Which is why the register, even as a record of destruction, is a map. If you know what was suppressed and where the practitioner operated, you know where to look for what the Bureau missed. Wei Liang set down the formation text. He was thinking about the unbound array theory and its implications. A self-sustaining formation that required no spirit stone fuel. The formation in Gray Mist Basin had been running for centuries without any external fuel source. The ancient cache's protection array had been active when he found it. The formations in the mountain ruins of his childhood had still resonated, still held patterns, centuries after any conventional spirit stone power source would have depleted. Pre-sect era formations were self-sustaining. Wan Baiken had apparently rediscovered why. The unbound array theory, he said slowly, might still exist somewhere. If Wan Baiken built demonstration arrays in multiple locations, and the Bureau didn't find all of them, the arrays themselves would encode the theory. Yu King said immediately. She had arrived at the same place by the same path. A sufficiently detailed examination of one of his arrays would reconstruct the underlying principles. And with the sixth stage, a sufficiently detailed examination is something I can now perform. She looked at him across the library table with the expression of someone who has just watched two pieces of a puzzle lock together. Where did he operate? Tell me what the register said. She did. Her memory was precise. Names, dates, locations, the Bureau's own terse notes on search patterns. By the time she finished, Wei Liang had 3 possible locations in the Wuling range where a missed demonstration array might still exist. That's a long journey, she said. Yes, he agreed. He looked at her. Your channels can you travel? In 2 weeks, she said, not a guess, an assessment. My right trunk meridian will be stable enough for sustained walking in 2 weeks, provided I don't push the pace. 2 weeks, he agreed. I'll use the time. He picked up the formation text again, and this time read it with a different kind of attention. Not for what it said, but for the gaps between what it said, the places where the pre-sect era knowledge that Wan Baiken had apparently rediscovered would fit. Chapter 25. The Nature of the Bureau. Shen Guo told him the rest of the Bureau's history on a rainy afternoon, sitting across from each other at the inn's main table while the cliffside trees dripped, and Yu King wrote in the library. The Still Water Bureau had not always been called the Still Water Bureau. For the first century of its existence, before the Blackwater sect absorbed the organization entirely, it had been called the Heavens Order Compact, and it had genuinely believed its own stated purpose. Its founders were powerful cultivators who had watched what they characterized as the chaos of the pre-sect era, fragmented methods, incompatible formation systems, the Kai contamination incidents that resulted when poorly practiced forbidden techniques went wrong, and concluded that standardization was a form of safety. They were not wrong that chaos existed, Shen Guo said. The pre-sect era had real dangers, practitioners without proper understanding of what they were doing it anyway. Kai contamination is not a myth, it is a real risk of uncontrolled practice. The compact addressed a genuine problem. But, Wei Liang said, but the solution they chose concentrated authority. Once you have an enforcement body with the power to suppress methods, the question of which methods get suppressed becomes a political question rather than a safety question. And political questions have a way of being answered in favor of whoever controls the enforcement body. Shen Guo wrapped both hands around his teacup. The Blackwater sect absorbed the compact 80 years after its founding, when the compact's second-generation leadership were practitioners who had grown up under the 5-element framework and genuinely could not imagine that anything outside it was viable. They were not corrupt in the way of people taking bribes. They were corrupt in the way of people who have confused their map for the territory. They believed their own justification. Mostly, the founders' generation had known they were building a monopoly, even if they also believed the safety rationale. The Blackwater sect's generation simply believed the monopoly was the natural order. By the time the Bureau became what it is now, what Yu King found in the register, the people running it had forgotten that there had ever been a decision made. It had simply become the way things are. Wei Liang thought about this for a moment. Which makes them harder to fight, he said. An enemy that knows it's wrong can be argued with. An enemy that believes it's right has to be shown, Shen Guo said. Not argued, shown. Evidence, consequences, costs made visible. He looked at Wei Liang steadily. Which is, I suspect, what you and Yu King are building toward. You knew when you let us stay, Wei Liang said. I knew you were not merely hiding, Shen Guo said. I have sheltered people who were only hiding. They sit still and count down the days until they feel safe enough to stop hiding, and they never reach that day. You are not sitting still, he paused. I've been waiting a long time for someone who was not sitting still. The rain thickened against the cliffside stones. Somewhere below, the serpent shifted in its enclosure. Will you come with us? Wei Liang asked. When we leave. Shen Guo's expression was gentle and very certain. No, he said. I am the shelter. I belong here. But I will give you everything I have, every text, every contact, every piece of information I've accumulated in 40 years. He looked at the rain. And when you need me to be somewhere other than here, I will arrange it. It was, Wei Liang understood, the old man's version of a vow. He nodded. Chapter 26, Wan Baiken's Ghost. They left the inn on a clear morning in early summer with full packs, Shen Guo's contact list, a copy of every relevant text from the library, and the cloth notebook now thick with Yu King's precise reconstruction of the Bureau's register. Shen Guo saw them off at the cliff path's head without ceremony. He gave Wei Liang a small jade token, a contact signal, he explained, that would alert the sign network if activated. He gave Yu King a folded letter sealed with an unfamiliar mark. My sect, he said, which surprised her. I never resigned. They think I'm dead. The letter will reintroduce you. You had a sect, she said. Everyone starts somewhere, he said pleasantly. Go carefully. Go quickly. The two are not contradictory. They went. The first possible location for Wan Baiken's mist array was a valley 200 li into the Wuling Range, marked in the register as the site of the Formation Master's primary workshop before the Bureau's search. The Bureau's notes indicated they had found and destroyed the workshop itself, but Yu King's reconstructed text showed a second note, written in a different hand, that the Bureau's record keeper had apparently added later, site cleared. Peripheral structures unexamined assessed as non-functional storage. Non-functional storage was exactly the kind of thing a Bureau agent focused on destroying active formations would dismiss without examination. The valley was green and quiet when they arrived, showing no sign of habitation for decades. The workshop site was a foundation scar in the earth-stone base, broken walls, the distinctive clean-edged damage of deliberate destruction rather than natural decay. Wei Liang walked the perimeter with his inner sense fully extended, reading the ground the way he might read a text, slowly, attending to texture rather than surface. He found it 40 paces from the workshop's northern wall, a structure half subsumed by the hillside, entered through a gap in the rock face barely wide enough to turn sideways, containing a space roughly 3 meters across in which a formation array had been carved directly into the bedrock. The array was active, not brightly, not obviously, but with the steady, patient aliveness of something that had been drawing directly from the mountain's ambient chi for 40 years, maintaining itself without fuel, without attention, without anyone to care for it. Wei Liang knelt at the array's edge and pressed both palms to the stone floor. The sixth stage opened, and Wan Baiken spoke. Not literally, the man had been dead for decades, but the array was so deeply saturated with its creator's intent, so thoroughly stamped with the quality of his attention, that reading it felt like reading a letter. The geometry of the array was language. Each carved line said, Here is how you draw from what is already moving. Here is how you build a vessel that does not need filling because it is part of the flow itself. Here is the principle the sects forgot because they found it easier to sell fuel than to teach people that fuel was unnecessary. Wei Liang read the array for 6 hours. Yu King sat at the cave's entrance and kept watch and did not interrupt. When he emerged, the light had shifted to late afternoon gold, and he was shaking slightly, not from pain this time, but from the sustained intensity of a sense pushed to its working limits. "Did you get it?" she asked. "I got it," he said. "All of it, the full theoretical basis and the practical geometry. Can you rebuild the array?" He thought about the structure he now held in his inner sense, not memorized but understood, the way you understand a piece of music when you've played it through once and felt where it wants to go. "Yes," he said, "and I can improve it." Yu King looked at him with an expression that was part satisfaction and part something that might, in a different conversation, have been called admiration. "Then we have a weapon," she said. "Not yet," he said, "but we have the principle of one." Chapter 27, The Road Between Sects. They spent the following month in motion, traveling the border roads between 3 minor sect territories on a route that Shen Guo's contact network made safer than it would otherwise have been. The contacts were not, for the most part, practitioners. They were innkeepers, merchants, physicians, traveling performers, and one person who appeared to be a tax official but whose sideline and information relay was considerably more interesting than their official occupation. The network had been built over decades by people who had, for various reasons, found themselves outside the structures that the major sects called order. Not all of them were suppressed cultivators. Some were simply people who had learned that the official roads led to places they did not want to go, and had found that the roads between those roads were quieter and more honest. Wei Liang found himself, for the first time in his life, moving through a world that was oriented in a direction he recognized. Not toward him exactly. The network had no leader, no center, no stated purpose beyond mutual practical aid. But it was a world in which people helped each other without a registration system determining who deserved help. In which the question was not what is your root, but what do you need and what can you offer? He thought about Ash Valley and found, to his own surprise, that it felt very distant. Yu King's channels reached 60% capacity somewhere in the second week of travel. She did not announce this. Wei Liang noticed it in the quality of her movement, a return of the fluid precision that extensive cultivation tended to produce in the body, the particular ease of someone whose physical frame was being regularly reinforced by internal Qi circulation. He also noticed, with the resonant sense that he was increasingly unable to simply turn off, that her Qi had a distinctive quality, clean and angular like well-fitted stonework, the signature of an earth root cultivator. The burns had altered the geometry somewhat. Some channels ran at slightly different angles than their original orientation, the scar tissue redirecting the flow, but the fundamental quality was unchanged. "You're at 60, he said one afternoon, on a forest road 3 li from the next way station. She glanced at him. 62 as of this morning. Your resonance is very nosy. I'm working on a filter. Work faster." But there was no heat in it. He had come to understand, 2 modes of interacting with him, precise collaboration, and the kind of dry deflection that people used when they were comfortable. He was not accustomed to being in the second category for anyone. It was, he found, unexpectedly pleasant. "At 62, he said, you could hold a basic defensive formation seal, not for long but in an emergency." "I know." She had been calculating it herself, he understood. "I'm also considering whether conventional reconstruction is actually the best use of my remaining recovery time." Meaning, my original method was Verdant Canopy's standard earth root curriculum, which is excellent and well proven and also designed to produce sect disciples, not independent practitioners. She was quiet for a moment, watching the forest path. I've been spending time with Shen Guo's library texts, the ones on non-standard earth root development. There's a method, pre-sect era, earth and water combination, that would interact very differently with my current channel configuration than the verdant canopy curriculum would. A method your sect doesn't sanction, he said. My sect burned my channels and left me for dead, she said, without particular bitterness. I've been reconsidering what sanctions I require from them. Wei Liang said nothing. After a moment, she glanced at him again. You're not going to argue for caution. No, he said. I'm the last person who should tell someone not to walk a road because it isn't sanctioned. She looked at him for a moment longer, then she returned her attention to the path ahead. Good, she said. Chapter 28, Iron Bell City. Iron Bell City was large enough to have 3 different markets operating simultaneously, and a cultivator population dense enough that walking through the main thoroughfare felt like moving through a forest of distinct Kai signatures. Wei Liang kept his inner sense at a low murmur and moved through the crowd with the practiced absence of someone who had been doing this for months. They were here for 2 reasons. The first was Shen Guo's most trusted city contact, a pharmacist named Elder who operated out of a back-street medicine shop, and whose information network had better reach into the Bureau's operations than anyone else in the region. The second was a rumor that Yu King had picked up at the last way station, that a verdant canopy delegation was currently in Iron Bell City for the quarterly trade assembly, and that the delegation's senior member had been specifically asking about her. Your sect is looking for you, Wei Liang said, as they navigated a side street past a stall selling spirit herbs in waxed paper packets. My sect has been looking for me since the incident, she said. The question is whether they're looking to protect me or to manage what I know. Can you tell the difference? Not from a distance. She paused at a street corner reading the signs, which is why I'm going to find out directly. He looked at her. The delegation's senior member is Master Wen Suli, she said. She was my training master for 3 years. She's the person who recommended me for the information branch. If anyone in Verdant Canopy would tell me the truth, it's her. And if it's the wrong truth, then we leave Iron Bell City quickly, Yu King said with the practical certainty of someone who had already mapped the exits. Meet me at Elder Hu's shop at sunset. I'll know by then. She turned and walked in the direction of the trade assembly hall before he could object, which he suspected was intentional. Elder Hu's medicine shop smelled of dried chrysanthemum and aged wood and something underneath, both that was the specific Kai scent of a space where the same careful attention had been given to the same work for 30 years. The woman herself was small and precise, with the manner of someone who has spent decades dealing in things that could heal or harm depending on dose, and had developed an excellent eye for which people intended which. She looked at Wei Liang for approximately 3 seconds. Hollow Road, she said. 5th stage or above, Shen Guo sent you. 6th stage, he said. He did. Sit down, I'll make tea. She disappeared through a curtained doorway. Tell me, she called from behind the curtain, how the old fool is. Well, quiet, feeding his serpent. That serpent is older than some sects. She returned with tea that smelled of something aromatic he didn't recognize. What do you need? He needed bureau patrol schedules for the Iron Bell region, which she had. He needed information on 3 locations the register had listed as possible secondary sites for suppressed methods, which she cross-referenced from a mental map she clearly kept updated. And he needed, though he had not planned to ask it, something he only understood he needed when she sat across from him with the direct, calibrated attention of someone who had survived in a difficult position for a long time by seeing clearly. The Bureau, he said. The Still Water Bureau. How do you fight it? She was quiet for a moment. The Bureau is a structure, she said. Structures have foundations. The foundation of the Bureau is information monopoly. They know what has been suppressed, so they know what to look for, so they can suppress further. Remove that monopoly and the structure weakens significantly. She looked at him. I understand you may be in a position to address the information monopoly. We're working on it. Work faster, she said, precisely echoing Yu Qing's earlier comment in a different context. The Bureau's field strength in this region has doubled in the past 3 months. They're not just looking for individual ghost cultivators anymore. They're looking for the network. The weight of that landed squarely. They know about the contact network, he said. They suspect. They don't know the scope. But they are, as of 6 weeks ago, running targeted operations against what their internal documents apparently call the Shadow Road infrastructure. Her eyes were steady. Shen Guo's Inn is not yet on their list. It will be within the year. Wei Liang set down his tea. I need to send him a warning. I've already done so, Elder Hu said. 3 days ago, he knows. She refilled his cup. Now, tell me what you're planning. Not because I need to know, but because I've been waiting 20 years for someone to start planning and I would like to hear it. Chapter 29, Master Wen's Answer. Yu Qing returned to Elder Hu's shop an hour before sunset. Wei Liang had been reading the patrol schedule and cross-referencing it with the 3 secondary site locations, building a route that minimized Bureau exposure while hitting all 3 targets in sequence. He looked up when she pushed through the shop's back curtain, and read her face with the same attention he gave to terrain. She had been crying recently. Not currently, the expression had settled back into its controlled precision, but the evidence was there if you knew how to look. He said nothing. He waited. Master Wen told me the truth, she said, sitting down across from him. The Verdant Canopy leadership sent the delegation to find me for 2 reasons. First, they want to use what I know. They've been building their case against the Bureau for 15 years, and what I have from the register would complete it. And second, they want to ensure that I present the information through official sect channels with Verdant Canopy as the primary source. She was very controlled now, very precise. They want the credit. They want to be the sect that exposed the Bureau, which is a political position that serves them enormously. And you, and me, as a Verdant Canopy disciple presenting sect-approved information through approved channels. Not as someone who obtained the information independently and who is traveling with an unauthorized cultivator and who has been rebuilding her channels using unsanctioned methods. A pause. Master Wen was honest about it. She wasn't trying to manipulate me. She was warning me that the sect's offer comes with a framework and the framework has constraints. What did you tell her? That I would think about it. She looked at him. Which is what I'm doing. Wei Liang put down the patrol schedule. What are the actual options? Option 1, I give the information to Verdant Canopy. They use it through official channels. The Bureau is damaged significantly if not destroyed, and I return to sect life with my record complicated but recoverable. The information reaches its purpose. The cost is that it reaches it slowly, filtered through sect politics, and the credit goes to an institution that spent 15 years building toward this and will spend the next 15 consolidating its advantage. Option 2. We make it public ourselves, directly. Not through any sect channel, through the information networks that already exist outside the system. Traveling scholars, independent practitioners, the contact network, every black market and back roadway station between here and the imperial capital. The information doesn't become a sect's political asset. It becomes everyone's knowledge. She paused. The cost is that we make ourselves significantly more visible. The Bureau's response will be immediate and severe, and will have no institutional backing. Wei Liang considered both options with the methodical patience that the Hollow Road had, perhaps as its most lasting gift, trained into him. Option 2, he said. But not yet. She looked at him. The register alone damages the Bureau's reputation, he said. But reputation isn't structure. The Bureau's structure depends on its information monopoly and its enforcement capacity. If we hit both simultaneously, the register going public at the same time that we can demonstrate a working alternative to the five-element system. Then we're not just exposing what they've done. We're making the argument that what they've done was never necessary. Silence. Then, the unbound array theory, the recovered methods. Every method in the register that we can reconstruct, he said. Every practitioner in the contact network who's been hiding what they know. Make the suppressed visible, not just as victims, but as proof that the road was always there. Yu King was quiet for a long moment. That's a very large plan, she said. Yes, it will take considerable time. Yes, and between now and then the Bureau will be actively trying to find us and stop us. Also, yes. She looked at him for a moment longer, and then something in her expression settled, not resignation, but the specific quality of a person who has made a decision and put down the weight of not having made it yet. All right, she said. Tell me the plan in detail, and then let's go find the second site. Chapter 30, the seventh stage, the extended hollow. The seventh stage did not arrive at a moment of triumph. It arrived on a cold night on a mountain road 3 days east of Iron Bell City, when Wei Liang was alone on watch, and Yu King was sleeping in a shallow cave they had found off the road's shoulder, and the Bureau's patrol came over the ridge ahead without warning. 2 agents and a sense ritter, moving fast, purposeful. They were not on a scheduled route. They had been tracking something. He had 40 seconds. He could wake Yu King. He could run. He could use the resonance mirror, but this sense radar had a wider field than the one at Shen Guo's inn, and a wider mirror required more of him to maintain, and this cave had one entrance that the patrol was currently walking toward. He had 40 seconds, and none of the options were good. He stood at the cave entrance and opened the hollow to its fullest extent and thought, with the absolute precision of someone doing mathematics in an emergency, the seventh stage is the projected hollow. Stage 7 allows you to extend your emptiness beyond your physical body. He had not reached stage 7. He had not practiced stage 7. He had only read it. The patrol was 20 seconds away. He stopped trying to achieve it. He stopped trying altogether. He simply extended, not an effort, an allowing. The hollow, which had always been his nature rather than his practice, reached outward from his body the way water reaches into cracks in stone, not by force but by finding the spaces that were already there. It spread across the cave entrance, across the rock face, into the air above the road, a field of the same quality as his internal emptiness, but external. Not a shield, not a barrier, an absence. An area in which the Kai that the patrol's sense reader was scanning for was simply not present because the hollow had moved into the space before the scan could fill it. The patrol walked past the cave entrance. The sense reader's scan washed across the hollow field and reported, accurately, nothing here. They went on down the road. Their footsteps faded. The night settled back into its natural silence. Wei Liang withdrew the projected hollow slowly, carefully, the way you withdraw a hand from a delicate structure. It came back without damage. The projection had lasted perhaps 30 seconds and cost him. He assessed the cost with the methodical attention he gave to these things, perhaps an hour of recovery time. Not severe, not trivial. He sat down against the cave wall very slowly and put his face in his hands, not from distress but from the need to be briefly still. Stage 7. He was at stage 7. He was 16 years old. Yu King woke 2 hours later and found him sitting at the cave entrance, watching the pre-dawn sky. "Patrol," she said immediately, reading his posture. "Past, they're gone." "How?" he told her. She was quiet for a moment. "You're at the 7th stage." "Yes." Shen Guo said the fastest anyone had previously progressed was, "I know." Another pause. "Wei Liang." Her voice had a quality he hadn't heard from her before, careful, attending closely to something. "What does the 8th stage do?" "The mirror," he said, "which I've already used accidentally twice. The ability to reflect another's Kai-based technique back at them, return their own power as a weapon." And the ninth, primordial flow. He looked at the sky. The current that predates the five-element system, the thing Shen Guo could only partially bear. And the vial. Between 7 and 8 or 8 and 9, that's what the text said, second threshold. He thought about Shen Guo's scarred hand. He thought about the 11 husks in gray mist basin and the ancient practitioner who had died before completing the road. I'm not there yet. No, she agreed, but you're closer than you should be. She sat beside him, her knees pulled up, watching the same pre-dawn sky. Does it frighten you? He considered the question honestly. It should, he said. It would be reasonable to be frightened, but I've been walking this road for 4 years, and every time I've been frightened I've either run or stood still, and neither of those worked as well as just continuing. She was quiet for a moment. That may be the least frightened account of approaching a threshold that could destroy you that I've ever heard. I've also never had a Dan Tian full of refined Kai to lose, he said. I've only ever had the road. Losing the road means, he paused, it means going back to having nothing, which I know how to do. I've been doing it my whole life. Yu King looked at him with an expression he could not fully read in the pre-dawn dark. It had the quality of many things occupying the same space. You're not going to lose the road, she said finally, with a certainty that surprised him with its firmness. You can't know that. No, she said. But I know what you've walked to get here, and I know what you're walking toward, and I choose to believe it's sufficient. He had nothing to say to that. It sat in the pre-dawn air between them, specific and warm, the way fire is warm, not abstract but present. The sky lightened by degrees. Below the road, a valley was emerging from the dark, green and wide, cut through with a river that caught the first light and held it. Wei Liang looked at it and felt, clearly and without ambiguity, that he was glad to be alive. Come on, he said. Second sight is 4 hours east. Let's move before the road gets busy. She stood, shouldered her pack, and they walked into the morning. Chapter 31. The Second Sight. The second sight Yu King's memory had identified was harder to reach than the first. The register had described it as a storage location, a cave system in the eastern Wuling range where Wan Baikan had hidden working models of his self-sustaining array at various scales. The Bureau's notes on it were brief and dismissive: cave system assessed, minor residual formations found, deactivated and cleared. The note was signed by an agent whose title indicated junior rank. A junior agent dispatched to assess a cave system had found formations and reported them deactivated. What a junior agent operating on a tight schedule in a remote cave system would call deactivated, Wei Liang had been thinking, might mean something considerably less thorough than the word implied. The cave system was 3 days of hard walking east of the road, up a ridge that had no maintained path and was occupied, according to Shen Guo's maps, by a territorial family of ironback bears, Tier 2 demonic beasts, earth-aspected, not aggressive toward humans unless they had cubs or felt their territory was being colonized. It was late spring. Bears had cubs in late spring. We go carefully and we don't smell like a threat, Wei Liang said, studying the ridge from its base. We smell like humans, Yu King said. Bears find that threatening. Then we smell like the mountain, he said. Give me an hour. The technique he used was a refined application of the Resonant Hollow's 5th stage principle, not borrowing a technique from the bears. He was not close enough for that, but resonating with the mountain's own ambient Kai. The slow earth and stone current that had been cycling through this ridge for 10,000 years, and allowing it to move through his channels and radiate outward, covering both their Kai signatures with something so local and so familiar that a creature living in it would register them as simply more mountain. It was imperfect. He held it steadily as they climbed, adjusting when the bear's distant Kai signatures shifted toward awareness, subsiding when they moved on. They reached the cave system without incident. Inside, past the cave system's outer chambers where the Bureau's junior agent had found and lazily dismissed the surface formations, in a deeper chamber accessed through a passage that required crawling for 30 feet on hands and knees, Wei Liang found what Wan Baikan had hidden. 7 scale models, each one a different size, ranging from something that would fit on a dinner table to something that required most of the chamber floor. Each one a working demonstration of the unbound array theory's principles at a different scale, from a system small enough to power a single room to one that implied, by geometric extrapolation, a configuration that could power a city. All 7 were active. The junior agent had deactivated the surface arrays. The deep arrays had been drawing ambient Chi for 40 years undisturbed, patient as the mountain around them. Wei Liang spent 2 days in the chamber. Yu King stood watch, slept in shifts, and on the second day crawled back to the deep chamber with food and sat against the wall and watched him work. "What are you seeing?" she asked at one point. "Everything," he said, which was inadequate but accurate. The theory scaled. The limitations at different scales where the geometry has to change where it holds. He was solving problems as he built. The smallest array is rougher than the largest. He learned as he went. "Can you scale it further, larger than city scale?" He looked at the largest model. Ran the geometric logic outward in his mind, feeling it the way he felt formation geometry through the 6th stage sense. Not as abstract mathematics, but as physical shape, as the way a river feels different at its source than at its delta. "Yes," he said slowly, "but not by direct extrapolation. There's a structural limit in the current geometry that would cause instability past a certain size. You'd need to introduce a recursive element, the array feeding back into itself at a specific ratio. Can you do that?" He had never designed a formation array. He had only read them. But reading them with the 6th stage was not the same as reading text. It was the same as feeling the river's current, and the current told you where it wanted to go. "I can try," he said. He stayed a 3rd day. When he crawled back out of the deep chamber on the morning of the 4th day, he had in his mind a complete, working, scalable version of the unbound array theory that went beyond what Wan Baikan had developed, not replacing the formation master's work, but completing it. He felt obscurely that he owed the dead man an apology for improving on his work without permission, and a thanks for making the improvement possible. "Done," he told Yu King. She looked at him with that careful, assessing gaze. "You've designed something new, extended something old," he said, "which is all any of this is." Chapter 32, Letters in Stone. The 3rd site was not a formation. The register's notes, as Yu King reconstructed them, described a location in the foothills south of the Wuling Range, a building complex that had housed an independent cultivation school before the Bureau's predecessors had closed it, 260 years ago. 12 students, 2 teachers, a library. The Bureau had taken the teachers and 6 of the students. 4 students had escaped. 2 had been found later. 2 were never found. What the Bureau had left was a building that had been emptied and sealed, not destroyed, because the Bureau of that era had been more conservative with physical destruction than its modern successors, believing that an empty building was a sufficient message. The library had been removed. The formation work had been dismantled. The building had been sealed with a prohibition array and left. The prohibition array had failed after 80 years. The building had stood empty since then, unknown to the surrounding villages, visited occasionally by curious travelers who found a roofless structure with grass growing through its floor and nothing remarkable about it. Wei Liang found the remarkable thing in the first hour. The 2 students who had never been found had come back. Not in person, they were long dead, whoever they had been. But they had come back to the empty building after the prohibition array failed, 80 years after their school was destroyed, and they had done the only thing they could do that the Bureau could not easily undo. They had written on the walls, Not cultivation methods, nothing technical, nothing the Bureau could classify as a suppressed manual. Instead, carved into the stone with painstaking care, covering every interior wall of every standing room were names. Hundreds of names. Students, teachers, practitioners, independent cultivators. Everyone the two former students had known or heard of or could remember from the school's history, from its founding to its destruction. And beside each name, a word or two, what they had practiced, what they had been working on, what road they had walked. Earth and water dual method. Non-standard fire compression technique. Void adjacent formation theory. Soundless Kai cultivation. Reverse aspect wood method. On and on, wall after wall, room after room. Wei Liang stood in the largest room and read the walls and felt something move through him that was not Kai and was not the hollow and was not any stage of any method. That was simply the specific weight of two people who had survived something terrible and come back to say, "We were here. We existed. We walked roads that we were told did not exist, and we walked them anyway." He stood there for a long time. Yu King came in after him, read a section of wall, and was very quiet. "Cross-reference with the register?" she asked eventually. "Yes," he said. "Some of these names will be in the register, some will be older than the register, some may have descendants who are still practicing. Or hiding. Or hiding." They spent 2 days in the building. Yu King writing and Wei Liang reading the stone with the sixth stage sense, pulling the Kai impressions from the carved characters. The two former students' determination still present in the stone after more than a century, faint but legible, the way old fires leave warmth in hearthstones long after the flame is gone. When they left, Wei Liang paused at the building's entrance and looked back. He did not have a name to carve. He was not going to carve one, but he thought, when this is done, this building will not stand empty. Chapter 33, The Eighth Stage Comes Calling. He was in the foothills south of the Wuling Range, 3 days' walk from the old school building, when the Bureau's hunter found him. Not a patrol, not agents with a sense reader. A hunter, a single practitioner, Foundation Establishment Peak, whose entire cultivation specialty was tracking and apprehending unauthorized practitioners. The Bureau used them rarely and only for targets deemed significant enough to warrant the cost. That they had deployed one for Wei Liang told him 2 things: that his trail had been reconstructed more precisely than he had hoped, and that the Bureau had elevated his threat classification. He felt the hunter when she was still 2 li behind him on the road. A sharp, focused Kai signature moving at a cultivator's full travel pace, which was considerably faster than a walking mortal. She would close the distance in 20 minutes. Yu King was ahead of him on the road, out of immediate range. He had 3 options. Run, she was faster. Hide with the projected hollow, she was too skilled, too close. The hollow would require a scale he had not yet sustained under pressure. Or face it. He chose a position, a bend in the road where a stone outcropping provided ground that would read to a pursuing cultivator as a reasonable ambush point. He wanted her to expect an ambush. An expected ambush was a scenario she had planned for. He was not planning an ambush. He was planning a conversation. She came around the bend at a controlled pace, not rushing, which told him she was experienced, and stopped 10 feet from him. She was perhaps 30, with the particular settled quality of a core formation adjacent cultivator who had spent years developing a specific skill set. Her Kai was water aspected, cold and deep, and the technique she had active was a tracking array that was still running, still searching. She looked at him for a moment. "You're younger than the profile suggested," she said. "Most people are younger than their profile suggests," he said. "Your Bureau. Still Water Bureau, Enforcement Division. Your designated ghost cultivator, 7. The 7th unaffiliated practitioner of non-standard methods currently active in our operational area." She said this with the flat precision of someone reading a report. You have significantly more capability than your age implies, which is why I was assigned rather than a standard patrol. I'm flattered. You shouldn't be. It means the Bureau considers you a genuine threat. Her hand was not on a weapon, but her Kai circulation pattern had shifted to a combat-ready configuration. You have an option. Cooperate, come with me, submit to examination, have the unauthorized channel sealed. You'll lose the method, but you'll be alive and unharmed. Continue to resist, and I am authorized to use disabling force. Wei Liang considered her steadily. His inner sense was reading her technique structure, the tracking array, the combat-ready circulation, the particular water-aspected defensive formation she had wrapped around herself without apparent effort. "Can I ask you something?" he said. She waited. "The register, the Bureau's record of everyone they've suppressed, have you read it?" Something flickered in her expression, too controlled a practitioner for a full reaction, but something was there. "That's not, have you read it?" he asked again with the same quiet patience. A pause. "I have access to operational files, not the historical archive." "There are thousands of names in it," he said. 5 centuries, most of them people who were doing what I'm doing, walking a road that the sects didn't make because it was the only road available to them. He kept his voice level, informational rather than argumentative. I was rootless. The testing stone said nothing. The sects had no path for me. The hollow road was the only path. The Bureau's position is that I should not exist as a practitioner, that I should accept that the road is closed and go back to scrubbing courtyards. The hunter's expression had shifted subtly, not softened, but become more attentive. That's not what the Bureau's position. A rootless child has no spirit root. No sect will teach them. The Bureau suppresses every method that doesn't require a spirit root. What road remains? He let the question sit. I'm not asking you to change your position. I'm asking you to know what you're enforcing. Silence. The road was empty. The hills around them were quiet. I'm going to have to bring you in, she said. But her voice had changed. Something underneath it, some certainty, had become less certain. I know, he said, but you're going to try to do it by disabling my channels, which means you're going to use your water technique against me, and I want you to know before you do that I won't be harmed by it. She moved. The water technique came out with professional precision, a compression field designed to collapse unauthorized meridian channels without damaging the practitioner's body. Wei Liang opened the 8th stage, not intentionally, or rather, intentionally in the same way the 7th stage had been intentional. He had read the stage, understood its principle, and when the moment of necessity arrived, he stopped trying and simply allowed. The mirror. Her water technique hit the mirror and returned to her, not violently, not as an attack, but as her own Kai turned around, her own compression field folding back on its source. It hit her prepared defenses and she absorbed it, but the effort of absorbing her own technique at full force staggered her, and in that moment of imbalance, he stepped back and projected the hollow outward and simply ceased to be present on the road. Not invisible, not hidden, absent, a space where a person had been. He was gone before she recovered her footing. He found Yu King to lie down the road and told her what had happened in the flat, precise way he used when he needed to communicate quickly. She listened, then 8th stage. Yes, the mirror. Yes, instinctively. It seems to be how the stages arrive. She looked at him with an expression that was, he thought, one part professional concern and one part something she was carefully not expressing. Wei Liang, you're at the 8th stage. That means the 9th is next, he said. And between 7 and 8 or 8 and 9 the vial. He met her gaze. I know I'm not there yet. I haven't consolidated the 8th stage. I won't drink the vial until the stage is stable and the channels are ready. He paused. But we need to move faster. The Bureau has deployed a hunter. That means they'll deploy more. We don't have the luxury of a slow timeline anymore. She was quiet for a moment. Then she nodded, the specific nod of someone incorporating new information into a plan and adjusting the plan accordingly. How long to consolidate the 8th stage? A month, maybe 6 weeks. Then we have 6 weeks, she said. Let's use them. Chapter 34. Wei Ru's Letter. The letter reached him through the contact network, passed through 4 hands before arriving at a way station where Elder Hu's network intersected with the sign road, where a weathered traveler pressed it into Wei Liang's hand with a nod and continued on her way. The outside was blank. The inside was in a hand he recognized immediately despite not having seen it in 2 years. Wei Ru's writing, precise and angular, the earth root cultivator's characteristic tendency toward clean vertical strokes. Wei Liang, I am writing this without knowing if it will reach you, but the old physician's network is more extensive than I understood, and I am told it can find most people who want to be found, if the people sending the letter know to ask properly. Old physician Tan helped me phrase the request. I am at the Azure Hollow sect's outer compound now, working toward inner disciple examination. I should not be sending this. If my sect knew I was in contact with a ghost cultivator, which I assume you have become, based on the Bureau's communications that filter through sect channels, it would complicate my position considerably. I am sending it anyway. 2 things. First, the Bureau has circulated a description that is close enough to you for people who knew you to recognize it. I recognized it. So far I have not been asked directly, and I have not volunteered anything. But the question will come. Second, and more important, 3 months ago, a Bureau agent came through our sect on what was described as a routine coordination visit. I happened to be present at the edge of a conversation I should not have been near. The Bureau has a new initiative. They are calling it the Root Verification Project. The stated purpose is to retest all registered practitioners under 18 to ensure accurate root classification. The actual purpose, which was stated plainly between the agent and our senior elder, who did not know I was within hearing, is to find practitioners who have developed cultivation without a registered root. They are building a list. I do not know how many names are on the list. I know yours is one of them, because the agent mentioned the Broken Tooth Mountains region specifically, and the description matched. Be more careful than you have been. I am sorry I did not speak sooner at the village about many things. I am trying to do better with what time allows. Wei Liang folded the letter and held it for a moment. He had not thought about Wei Ru in months, not since Ash Valley had become the distant thing it had become. The letter arrived in him the way old things sometimes do, not painfully, but with the specific weight of something that had been placed carefully and found on retrieval to still be intact. He showed it to Yu King. She read it twice. The Root Verification Project, she said. That's new. That's not in the register. The register is 40 years old at its newest, he said. They've been evolving their methods. A systematic sweep for under 18 practitioners who have cultivated without registration. She set the letter down. They're not just hunting known ghost cultivators anymore. They're trying to catch people before they become known. Before they become capable, he said. She looked at him. Can you send a reply? Through the same network? Yes. Tell her, she paused, choosing words with the precision of a former information disciple. Tell her that when the time comes, what we're building will need people inside the sects who understand what it means, and that she should decide for herself what that requires of her now. Wei Liang looked at Yu King for a moment. You're recruiting. I'm informing, she said. What she does with the information is her choice. He wrote the reply that evening, added a line of his own, be safe, which was inadequate but true, and passed it back through the network at the next way station. Chapter 35, The Consolidation. Consolidating the 8th stage required, more than anything else, understanding what the mirror actually was. The Nameless River method described it technically. A condition in which the practitioner's hollow resonated with incoming Kai techniques at the precise inverse frequency, returning them to their source. The geometry was elegant, a natural consequence of the hollow's fundamental nature. A truly empty channel, faced with a chi current trying to enter it, would vibrate at the inverse of that current's frequency, producing a resonant return rather than an absorption. What the text did not fully explain was the precision required. A mirror that was even slightly imperfect didn't return the technique cleanly. It distorted it, producing a scrambled reflection that could damage both the source and the channel. Wei Liang had used the mirror twice on instinct, both times correctly. Instinct, he understood, was not a reliable standard for the 8th stage. Instinct was the road finding him. He needed to find it himself. He spent the 6 weeks in motion. They were always in motion now, practicing the mirror in controlled ways. Against the Copper Ridge Serpent's techniques, when they were near a compatible formation enclosure at a way station. Against ambient chi currents in spirit vein-rich environments. Against the echoes of old techniques still resident in ancient artifacts from Shen Guo's library, which he carried copies of in jade slip form. The precision came gradually, like everything on the hollow road, not through effort but through patient attention. He learned to feel the incoming frequency before it arrived, a fraction of a second of foreknowledge that the resonance provided, and to adjust the hollow's vibration precisely, like a finger pressed to a lute string to produce the exact note required. By the end of the 5th week, the mirror was reliable. Not effortless. It required active attention, but reliable enough that he trusted it. Yu King, watching one of his practice sessions, said, "What happens if someone is strong enough that reflecting their technique back damages them significantly?" "That's their technique's force, not mine," he said. "I know, but the effect is the same. You've harmed them with something that looked like their own power." He understood what she was asking. "I'm not planning to use the mirror offensively," he said. "It's a deflection, not a weapon." "People with deflections don't stay at deflection," she said, not critically. "I've read enough history to know that. You're building capacity that will eventually be used beyond its original scope. And you're worried about what I'll do with it." "I'm worried about what will be done to us," she said quietly, "and what we'll be required to do in response. And I want to have that conversation before we're in the middle of it rather than after." He sat with that for a moment. "I don't want to harm anyone," he said. "The Bureau has caused harm, real harm, sustained over centuries, and I want to stop it. But stopping it doesn't require me to become what it is." "No," she agreed, "it doesn't, and I believe you mean that." She met his gaze steadily. "I just want us to remember it when things get difficult, because they will get difficult. I know." "Good," she said, and then, in the same tone, 6 weeks is up. Are you ready?" He was quiet for a moment. The question had more weight than its surface implied. He checked the channels, smooth, strong, running cleanly. He felt the hollow in its current state, deeper than it had ever been, more precisely shaped, the river moving through it with a clarity that would have been unimaginable to the 12-year-old scrubbing flagstones in Ash Valley. He checked the vial, still in his inner pocket, still sealed with ancient wax. "Not quite," he said honestly. "One more week." She nodded without impatience. Chapter 36, The Black Vial. He drank it on the 7th morning of the 7th week in a river valley 3 days south of the Wuling Range, alone, Yu King at 50 paces, alert, instructed not to approach unless he called. He had spent the previous evening in careful preparation, sitting with the 8th stage fully extended, moving through every channel systematically, feeling for any weakness, any rough edge, any place where the river's flow was less than smooth. He found one, a small scar in the left secondary channel from an early practice session 3 years ago that he had never fully healed, and spent 4 hours working on it before it satisfied him. In the morning, he sat by the river, broke the ancient wax seal and drank. The liquid was tasteless, which surprised him. He had expected something dramatic. It settled in his stomach, and for a full minute nothing happened, and he had the brief, cold thought that it had degraded over the centuries and was simply inert. Then his channels ignited. Not painfully, or rather, the sensation was beyond the ordinary scale of pain, so complete and so encompassing that pain was not quite the right word for it. Every meridian in his body simultaneously underwent the accelerated refinement process that Shen Guo had described, the vial finding the deep channels, the ones that conventional practice would take decades more to reach, and widening them, smoothing them, preparing them for what the ninth stage would require. It felt like being remade. He sat absolutely still, because moving would have required thought, and thought was entirely occupied by the process. The river beside him continued its indifferent passage over its stones. Birds called in the trees above. The world went on being the world, unconcerned with the person on its bank who was being taken apart and put back together at the channel level. 3 hours. When it ended, he was lying on his side on the riverbank. He didn't know when he had moved from sitting to lying, and the morning had become afternoon, and every muscle in his body ached with the particular ache of having been held tense without his awareness, and his channels felt like he ran a careful assessment. And then a second one, because the first result seemed unreasonable. The deep channels, the ones the nameless river method's ninth stage required, were not just prepared. They were prepared beyond what the text had described as necessary. The vial had done more than expected, or he had been more ready than the threshold had seemed, or both. He sat up slowly. The river was bright in the afternoon sun. He felt, in a way that was entirely physical and entirely real, different. Not stronger exactly. Larger. As though the space through which the river of Kai could move had simply become more. He called to Yu King. She came at a run, read him in one assessment sweep, and stopped. "You're all right. I'm all right." Her expression went through several things before settling. "The channels." "Ready," he said. "The ninth stage, I could attempt it now." Silence. The river spoke in her place. "But you won't," she said. It was not a question. Not here, not alone, not without understanding what the primordial flow actually is, beyond what the text describes. He looked at the river. "I need to find someone who has channeled it." Shen Guo did, partially, but there may be others. The register, some of the names on those walls. "The 2 students who came back," she said immediately, following the line of thought. "They were 200 years ago, but their school's lineage may have continued. If any of their descendants survived, and practice," he said, "and are still alive. I remember 4 names from the walls that had living descendant notations," she said. She had her notebook out before she finished the sentence. "Let me find the cross-references." Chapter 37. The Living Lineage. The 4th name on Yu King's cross-reference list was a woman named Song Fei, who the register had noted as the last known practitioner of what it called the Resonant Mountain School, descended from one of the 4 students who had escaped the Bureau's purge of the old school 260 years ago. The register's entry on Song Fei was 40 years old. It noted her location as a village in the southern Wuling foothills, her method as a variant earth and sound technique developed from the school's original curriculum, and her threat classification as low, a practitioner of modest capability operating in a remote area, not worth a full suppression operation. Low classification, Wei Liang had come to understand, meant the Bureau had decided she was not commercially threatening. It did not mean they had stopped watching. The village the register had listed no longer existed as such. It had grown, over 40 years, into a small town with a market and a proper road. But a discreet inquiry through the contact network's local nodes confirmed that a woman who matched the register's description, older now, perhaps 70, still operated a small school of movement practice out of a compound on the town's eastern edge. Movement practice was what non-cultivators in the surrounding area called what she taught. The students who came from further away knew to ask for the stone and voice curriculum. She opened her compound's gate at Wei Liang's knock and looked at him for a long moment. "Hollow Road," she said. "8th stage or above." "8th," he said. "Working toward 9th, you're Song Fei." "I am." She looked past him at Yu King. "And you?" "Earth and water method reconstructed from pre-sect sources." At approximately Kai gathering 4th stage by conventional assessment, though the method doesn't map cleanly onto conventional stages. Song Fei's face, weathered precise, with the specific quality of someone who had kept a secret for 50 years by the simple expedient of never telling anyone, moved through several expressions with considerable speed. Then she stood back from the gate. "Come in," she said. "I've been teaching movement practice to the town's children for 20 years, and I've been waiting for this conversation for approximately the same amount of time." Song Fei had not channeled primordial flow herself. Her lineage's method was earth and sound, related to but distinct from the hollow road, and it did not reach the depth that the 9th stage required. But she had inherited, through careful preservation over 4 generations, something Wei Liang had not expected to find, written testimony from the original school's founder, not cultivation theory, but personal account. The founder had channeled primordial flow once, early in the school's history, accidentally, in circumstances that the account described in detail. Wei Liang read the account 3 times. The founder had been in a state of severe crisis, surrounded, depleted, with no conventional options remaining, when the primordial flow had moved through them. The account described it not as a technique achieved, but as a door opened, as though the boundary between the practitioner's channel and the deeper current of the world had temporarily dissolved, and what had moved through was not Kai as any cultivation system understood it, but something that preceded all such systems. It had lasted 30 seconds. In those 30 seconds, the founder had done things that the account described with the careful honesty of someone who knew they would not be believed, stopped a foundation establishment cultivator in their tracks without touching them, healed damage to their own channels that should have been permanent, and felt, briefly, the shape of every living thing in a 50-meter radius as though they were extensions of their own body. The danger, the flow, was not controlled. It moved through you as it wished. The channel had to be large enough and smooth enough to bear it without being scoured, but even a prepared channel could not direct the flow. It would do what the flow did. "Which is?" Wei Liang asked Song Fei. "The founder's account suggests," she said carefully, "that the primordial flow tends toward balance. It is the current that moved through the world before cultivators organized it into a system. Left to itself, it redistributes." She paused. "In a conflict, that redistribution looks like power. In a damaged body, it looks like healing. In a place where Kai has been artificially constrained," another pause, "it looks like release." Wei Liang sat with that for a very long moment. Release of artificially constrained Kai. He thought about the Bureau's information monopoly. He thought about the 5-element framework as a system designed to channel and control the world's Kai through approved structures. He thought about what happened to a controlled river when the dam broke. "The 9th stage," he said slowly, "is not a weapon." "No," Song Fei agreed. "It's an argument," he said. "It's proof. If the primordial flow moves through me in a place where the Bureau's control is enforced, where their constrained Kai framework is actively operating, and the flow redistributes, then you've demonstrated, in terms every cultivator can feel directly, that the framework is artificial," Yu King said, from where she was sitting cross-legged in the corner, notebook open. "Not by telling them, by showing them." Song Fei looked at both of them. "You came here for information," she said. "You leave with something you didn't expect to need." "Yes," Wei Liang said. "What is it worth to you helping us?" The old woman's eyes were very clear. 260 years ago," she said, "they destroyed my ancestors' school. 4 generations of my family have kept what survived, waiting for a moment when the keeping could become something more than keeping." She looked at him directly. That's what it's worth to me. Chapter 38, the plan takes its final shape. They stayed with Song Fei for 10 days. In those 10 days, the plan that had been assembling itself in pieces over months came together into something with a specific shape, a sequence of events, a location, a timing, and a purpose that was larger than either of them had stated aloud until now. Yu King laid it out on the compound's courtyard floor, using Song Fei's chalk on the stone, a map of the major sect territories, the Bureau's known operational hubs, the contact network's distribution, the locations of the suppressed practitioners they had identified who were still alive and practicing. The Bureau's primary enforcement hub for this region is the Iron Mirror Fortress, she said, pointing. It's where the Still Water Bureau maintains its largest field office, records, detention, equipment, personnel. It's also where the branch of the register that covers the Eastern Territories is physically held. A sect fortification, Wei Liang said, defended, heavily, but not against what we're bringing. She looked at him. The unbound array theory, the improved version you developed at the second site. If we build one of Wan Baiken's self-sustaining arrays adjacent to the fortress, scaled appropriately, it would interact with the Bureau's own formation system. How? Song Fei asked. The Bureau's fortress formations are conventional spirit stone-powered, 5-element framework, a self-sustaining array drawing directly from ambient Kai wood at sufficient scale create a resonance conflict. Wei Liang followed the logic as she laid it. Their formations would begin drawing from the self-sustaining array rather than their spirit stone reserves. The array feeds back into itself. The Bureau's formation system would effectively be converted into an extension of the unbound array. Their own defenses, using our logic instead of theirs, Song Fei said, with the quiet satisfaction of someone who has waited a long time for a specific kind of chess move. Which gives us entry, Yu King said, not by force, by the formation simply no longer excluding us. She tapped the map. Once inside, we access the records, we take the register, the eastern branch, we copy what we can, and then, she looked at Wei Liang. The 9th stage, he said. In the fortress's central formation chamber, which is the point of highest Kai concentration in the entire structure. If the primordial flow moves through there, it redistributes everything the Bureau has constrained in that chamber, she said. 5 centuries of accumulated suppressed Kai, held in place by the fortress's formation system, released back into the ambient. Every cultivator within range will feel it directly. A pause. And we release the register to the public simultaneously through the contact network, so that what they feel has a name and a context. Silence in the courtyard. The chalk map lay on the stones between them, very clear and very serious. This is not a small action, Song Fei said. No, Wei Liang agreed. People may be hurt. We'll build in time for evacuation, Yu King said. The unbound array conversion will take 12 hours once begun. We'll send the warning through the network before we start. Anyone who wants to be out of range can be. The Bureau won't evacuate. The Bureau's agents are cultivators with spirit roots, Wei Liang said. The primordial flow doesn't damage cultivators. It redistributes constrained Kai. Their personal cultivation will be unaffected. The fortress's formation system will be significantly disrupted, but no one will be harmed. He said this with the certainty of someone who had spent 3 days examining the founder's account from every angle, and the conviction of someone who had spent 4 years walking a road whose fundamental logic was not destruction, but passage. Song Fei looked at him for a long moment. When? She asked. We need 6 weeks to build the array and position everything, Yu King said, and to get the register copies distributed to the network nodes. Then we have 6 weeks, Song Fei said. I'm coming with you. Yu King looked at her. You don't have to. I know, Song Fei said pleasantly. I'm 73 years old and my lineage has been keeping secrets since your grandfather's grandfather was born. I'm not missing the end of it. Chapter 39, 6 Weeks. The 6 weeks were the hardest and the most purposeful of Wei Liang's life. They traveled constantly, the three of them and the contact network nodes they activated as they went. A quiet mobilization of people who had been waiting, in various states of patience, for a reason to move. Song Fei knew names and locations that neither the register nor the sign network had, preserved in 4 generations of careful oral tradition. Yu King organized the distribution plan with the precision of someone who had been trained for exactly this kind of logistics, building redundancy into every node so that the Bureau's disruption of any single link would not stop the flow of information. Wei Liang built the unbound array. Not alone, he had help in the form of 2 practitioners from the contact network who had formation backgrounds, whom he taught the theory as they worked. But the design was his, the refinement was his, and the intuition that guided where each line should fall, developed from months of reading ancient arrays with the 6th stage sense, from Wan Baiken's scaled models, from the logic of a river that knows its own course, was his. The array went into the ground in sections over 4 weeks, geometric segments laid in carefully chosen locations around the Bureau's fortress, deep enough to be below the range of conventional formation detection, calibrated to activate simultaneously on a signal that Wei Liang would provide. He also consolidated the 8th stage further. Not practicing the mirror actively, he was confident in it now, but deepening the hollow itself, expanding the channel in preparation for what the 9th stage would require. Each evening, in whatever space they had stopped for the night, he sat with the sense fully open and let the world move through him with increasing precision and increasing depth, the river finding its grade. He also thought, carefully and honestly, about what the 9th stage would cost. Shen Guo had lost 3/4 of his right channel capacity. The ancient practitioner had died before reaching it. The founder of Song Fei's lineage had channeled it once, and the account described a month of recovery afterward. The primordial flow was not something you bore without consequence. The vial had prepared his channels, yes, but prepared meant capable of surviving. It did not mean capable of surviving without cost. He did not tell Yu King this calculation. She already knew it. They had the conversation once, briefly, in a factual way, and both of them absorbed the conclusion and continued working. On the 38th day, the array was complete. On the 40th day, Yu King confirmed that the register copies were distributed to 17 network nodes, sealed and ready for simultaneous release. On the 42nd day, they set out for the Iron Mirror Fortress. Wei Ru's second letter caught up with them on the 43rd day, at a way station a day's travel from the fortress. Short this time, I know what you are planning. Not the details, but the shape of it. The network I've found the edge of is larger than I understood, and people talk when they trust each other, and some of them have come to trust me. I cannot be there. My sect's examination period has begun, and my absence would be noted, and the questions would go in directions that would harm people I care about. But when it is done, when it is known, I will not hide what I know or what I think. That is my part. Be careful. Come back from it. Wei Ru, he folded it and placed it with the first letter in his inner pocket next to where the vial had been. He was ready. Chapter 40, the night before the Iron Mirror. The Iron Mirror Fortress sat on a low bluff above a river bend, its gray walls reflecting both the water below and the principle that had built it: clarity, surveillance, the idea that the world's Kai should be visible and regulated, that what moved through the world should move only through approved channels. Wei Liang looked at it from the wooded ridge a lie north and read its formations with his inner sense in full extension. They were as Elder who had described, powerful, conventional, 5-element framework. Spirit stone powered, with reserves deep enough to sustain the fortress formations for years without resupply. The central formation chamber's Chi concentration was precisely what Song Fei's account of the founder's experience suggested would be needed. The unbound array's 23 segments lay in the earth around the fortress, dormant, waiting. "Tomorrow at dawn," Yu King said beside him. "First light activates the array." "First light," he confirmed. Song Fei was behind them both, sitting cross-legged on a tree root with her eyes closed in the particular meditation of someone who has been practicing for 50 years and has made their peace with what tomorrow holds. "The evacuation warning," Wei Liang said. "Sent through every node 2 hours ago," Yu King confirmed. "Anyone in the fortress who is not bureau-affiliated has been advised to be elsewhere by dawn. The town below had a market notice posted." She paused. "Not everyone will listen." "No, but we've done what we can do." Silence. The river below caught the last of the evening light. "I've been thinking," she said, "about what comes after." After. If this works, the register public, the fortress's formation system disrupted, the primordial flow demonstrated. What comes after is not peace. The Bureau will respond. The major sects will have opinions. The information we've released will move through the world in ways we can't predict or control. She was quiet for a moment. "It will be messy and contested and dangerous for a long time." "Yes," he said. "And you will be." She stopped. "What I am after the 9th stage, I don't know exactly," he said. "Shen Guo lost capacity. The founder needed a month to recover. I may be significantly less functional for a period. Which means I will need to handle the immediate aftermath." "Yes," he looked at her. "You're more capable of that than I am even at full function. You know how to move information. You know how to build institutional structures. You know how to talk to sects." "I know how to talk to sects that want something," she said. "After tomorrow, there will be sects that want several things simultaneously, some of them contradictory. It will be complex. It will be messy and contested and dangerous for a long time," he said, echoing her words back at her. She looked at him. The ridge was dark now, the fortress below lit by its own formation lamps, the river a silver thread in the last light. "Wei Liang," she said, and then stopped again. He waited. "You're 16, she said. "And you've built something that I don't think either of us fully understands the scale of yet. And tomorrow you're going to attempt something that may—" She paused again, and he recognized in the pausing what she was not saying may harm you significantly, may not be survivable. "I know," he said. "I need you to know," she said carefully, "that whatever you are after tomorrow, functional, diminished, different, the work continues. I will not stop. The network will not stop. What we've built doesn't depend on your 9th stage being permanent." A pause. "It depends on it happening at all. Once the primordial flow moves through that chamber, the argument is made. Whether you can repeat it afterward is secondary," he said. "Yes." He was quiet for a moment. Then, "I've been rootless my whole life. I've been walking this road with nothing guaranteed at any step of it. I'm not afraid of the 9th stage the way someone who had a Dan Tian full of refined Kai to lose would be afraid." He looked at the fortress. "I've only ever had the road, and the road has always opened." Yu King was quiet beside him. Then, in a voice that was very precise and very controlled and barely controlled at all, "Come back from it." It was exactly what Wei Ru had said. He thought, distantly, that the people who had any investment in his survival had converged on the same words, which seemed to suggest either that the words were true, or that people who cared about you tended toward the same vocabulary regardless of how different they were in every other way. "I'll try," he said. She looked at him for one more moment. Then she looked back at the fortress, and her expression settled into the focused, forward-facing quality of someone who has finished the conversation they needed to have and is now preparing for what comes next. "Get some sleep," she said. "Dawn is early." He lay back in the grass of the ridge and looked at the stars. The same stars he had looked at from his boulder in Ash Valley. the same stars that had been there for every step of the road, indifferent and clear and very far away, and let his mind go quiet, the hollow resting in its own nature, the river present and patient, waiting for morning. Chapter 41. Dawn at the Iron Mirror. Wei Liang woke before the light changed. He had not slept deeply, not from fear, but from the particular alertness of a body that understood something significant was approaching and had quietly declined to be fully unconscious. He lay on his back in the grass of the ridge and watched the sky soften from black to the deep gray blue that preceded dawn, and he ran through everything one final time. The array, the 17 nodes, the timing, the sequence. He found no errors he had not already found and addressed. The plan was as sound as he could make it. What remained was execution. Yu King was already awake, sitting cross-legged 3 feet away with her notebook open on her knee, writing in the pre-dawn dark with the ease of someone whose hand knew what to do without needing light. Song Fei was standing at the ridge's edge, looking at the fortress below, her posture the particular stillness of someone who had been meditating and had finished, and was now simply present. "An hour to first light," Yu King said without looking up. "I know." He sat up and pressed both palms flat against the earth and opened the 6th stage sense toward the array segments in the ground below, all 23, dormant, intact, precisely positioned. The geometric logic of the whole was visible to him as a single shape. Not 23 separate pieces, but one continuous structure, like a word written in segments that only made sense when you read them together. The fortress below was waking. He could feel the shift in its formation activity, the night cycle transitioning to the day cycle, different arrays coming online, the central chamber's Chi concentration cycling through its morning calibration. Bureau agents were moving through the corridors. The sense reader stationed at the main gate was running her morning scan. The scan reached the ridge. Wei Liang had the projected hollow extended over all 3 of them before it arrived, a practiced reflex now, smooth as breathing. The scan reported nothing and moved on. "She's thorough," Song Fei said from the ridge's edge. "Same reader who was here last month. She's increased her scan radius." "It doesn't matter," Wei Liang said. "Once the array activates, the scan recalibration alone will occupy her fully." The sky was lightening. "Ready?" Yu King asked. She had closed the notebook and put it in her pack. Her hands were still. Her face was the specific stillness of someone who has made peace with the next hour. "Ready," Song Fei said. Wei Liang looked at the fortress one more time. At the gray walls and the morning light beginning to touch them. At the river below, catching the first color of dawn. At the world as it currently was, and the world as it might be in a few hours if the road opened as it always had. "Ready," he said. He pressed his palms to the earth and activated the array. Chapter 42. The Unbound Array Wakes. The activation moved through the 23 segments in sequence. Not simultaneously, which would have been detectable as a single large Chi event, but in a carefully timed cascade, each segment waking the next, the whole system coming online over 12 minutes in a way that looked, to any monitoring formation, like gradual fluctuation in ambient Chi rather than deliberate construction. Wei Liang felt each segment come alive through his palms against the earth, the array's self-sustaining logic engaging segment by segment, beginning to draw from the ambient Chi of the surrounding landscape and feed it inward, building toward the resonance threshold at which the fortress formations would begin, involuntarily, to interact. The sense reader at the gate noticed something at the 8th segment. Her scan pattern changed, tighter, more focused, sweeping toward the anomaly. Wei Liang watched her through the inner sense and kept his breathing even and the hollow extended and did nothing. The array was below her detection threshold for deliberate formation work. She was reading fluctuation, not construction. She swept twice, found nothing she could classify, and resumed her regular pattern. The 12th segment came online. The fortress formations shivered. It was subtle, a tremor in the Kai structure that a non-sensitive would not perceive. But Wei Liang felt it clearly, the first moment of resonance conflict, the fortress's spirit stone-powered arrays encountering the unbound array's ambient drawing logic and beginning at the edges of their operational range, to harmonize with it rather than ignore it. The harmonization was the mechanism. Once it began, it would not stop. The fortress formations were designed to maintain themselves, to draw on their spirit stone reserves to compensate for any drain or interference. What they could not compensate for was an adjacent system offering a more efficient energy pathway. Physics, not combat. Water ran to the lowest point. "It's working," he said. "How long to full conversion?" Yu King asked. 8 hours now that the resonance has started, possibly 6 if the central chamber's concentration accelerates the process. And the entry window begins when the outer wall formations convert. Approximately 3 hours. She nodded. Song Fei and I will move to the secondary position. You stay here and monitor the array. Stay visible, he said. If they send agents out to investigate the fluctuation, we're travelers resting by the road, Song Fei said serenely. I've been a traveler resting by roads for 50 years. I'm very convincing. Yu King stood, shouldered her pack, and looked at Wei Liang for one moment with an expression he was beginning to know very well, the one that contained several things she was choosing not to say because they had already been said. 3 hours, she said. 3 hours, he confirmed. They went down the ridge. Wei Liang stayed on the earth, palms down, monitoring the array with the sustained attention of a craftsman watching a kiln, patient, precise, ready to adjust if something went wrong. Nothing went wrong. The array breathed. The fortress formations shivered. The river caught the full morning light and ran on, indifferent, toward the sea. Chapter 43. Inside the Iron Mirror. The outer wall formations converted at 2 hours and 40 minutes, slightly ahead of schedule, which told Wei Liang that the central chamber's Kai concentration was indeed accelerating the process. He descended the ridge at a walk, because running would attract attention, and joined Yu King and Song Fei at the road's edge below the fortress. The three of them approached the main gate together, and the gate's formation, now running on the unbound array's logic rather than the Bureau's spirit stones, did not register them as unauthorized. The gate opened. A Bureau agent stepped forward from the gatehouse, frowning at the formation panel beside him that was producing readings he did not understand. The gate isn't, he looked at the three of them. This area is restricted. Identify yourselves. Travelers, Song Fei said pleasantly, in the tone of someone who has been traveling for 70 years and finds restriction signs mildly amusing. We saw the gate open and assumed there was a public access period. Is this not the information office? The agent's frown deepened. He reached for the formation panel to close the gate, and the panel responded to his touch with a Kai signature that was not the Bureau's, that was ambient and free, and did not recognize his authority over it. What is? He turned to call for backup. Wei Liang stepped forward and opened the mirror. Not aggressively, the agent had not launched a technique. But the agent's combat-ready Kai circulation pattern, which had automatically engaged at the site of unauthorized entry, was a technique in itself, a defensive formation that the Bureau trained into all its field agents as a reflexive response. The mirror caught it and returned it, gently, the way you return something that rolled off a table, the agent's own defenses folding back, creating a moment of internal Kai dissonance that was not harmful but was deeply disorienting. The agent sat down abruptly on the gatehouse steps, his expression that of someone whose inner compass has briefly stopped working. We'll be out of your way shortly, Yu King told him with sincere courtesy, and they walked into the fortress. The fortress's interior was organized with the efficiency of an institution that had been doing the same work for 200 years. Administrative offices along the outer ring, detention and examination rooms in the middle tier, the records archive on the second level of the inner structure, and the central formation chamber at the fortress's core. Yu King knew the layout from a combination of the register's administrative notes and Elder Hu's intelligence. She moved through the corridors with the assurance of someone reading a map she had memorized, taking turns before the signs indicated them, choosing stairways over main passages. 3 more agents encountered them. Each one, when their reflexive combat Kai engaged, found the mirror waiting gentle, precise, disorienting without damaging. Wei Liang moved through the fortress like water finding the low path, the mirror opening before each obstacle and closing after, the projected hollow covering their presence between encounters. Song Fei, he noticed, was not simply following. She was watching everything with the focused attention of someone composing a detailed account, her lips occasionally moving in the subvocalized notation of a practitioner who had long since learned to record what her eyes saw. Whatever happened after today, Song Fei would be a witness with a memory equal to Yu King's. They reached the records archive at the 30-minute mark. 8 minutes, Yu King said, already at the archive's primary cabinet. That's all I need. Wei Liang stood at the archive room's entrance and extended the projected hollow outward to cover the entire corridor and listened to the fortress with everything he had. The central formation chamber was directly below. Its Kai concentration was extraordinary, decades of accumulated refined Kai, held in precise configuration by the Bureau's formation work, the constrained power of a river pressed into a narrow channel. He could feel it through the floor, through the walls, through the very air. And beneath it, moving through the array he had built in the earth outside, the ambient current that had been flowing through this land since before the first cultivator drew their first breath. The 2 currents were building toward the threshold at which the primordial flow, given a sufficient channel, would move. He had perhaps 2 hours. He needed to be in that chamber. Done, Yu King said behind him. She had the records, not physical copies, which would have taken days, but jade slip impressions of the key documents, taken with a copying tool that she pressed to each cabinet surface in sequence with the speed of long practice. The chamber, he said. She met his eyes. He saw the acknowledgement in them, the full weight of what the next hour meant, and then the same forward-facing quality he had seen on the ridge. Lead, she said. Chapter 44, The Central Chamber. The door to the central formation chamber was sealed with 3 layers of formation lock, the Bureau's most secure configuration, requiring a registered senior agent's Kai signature to open. The formation locks were running on the unbound array's logic now. Wei Liang placed his palm on the door and offered the ambient current the same quality of hollow that had been his nature his entire life. The locks, finding no registered signature but encountering a channel perfectly shaped to carry what they were connected to, opened on the principle of least resistance. The door swung inward. The chamber beyond was large, 30 feet across, circular, with a domed ceiling carved with the Bureau's foundational formation work in a density and precision that represented centuries of refinement. At the chamber's center, a formation platform of black stone rose 3 feet from the floor, and above the platform, held in suspension by the formations, a concentration of refined Kai so dense it was almost visible to the naked eye, a slow, contained turning, like a small storm held perfectly still by the geometry of its cage. Wei Liang stood in the doorway and felt it with everything he had. The constrained Kai was enormous, more than he had expected, more than even the archive's documentation had suggested. 5 centuries of suppression, of methods destroyed and practitioners processed, and Kai that should have moved freely through the world instead captured here, refined, held in the bureau's formation architecture. It had the quality of something that had been still for too long and knew it. It recognized the hollow. He felt it the moment he crossed the threshold, the constrained Kai turning toward him the way a compass needle turns toward north, not aggressively, not with intent, but with the simple orientation of a force toward the path that was open to it. "Song Fei," he said without turning. "Take Yu King back to the archive room and wait. The conversion will complete itself. When the formations release, the records will become publicly accessible. The Bureau's own network will carry them outward. The jade slips are backup." "Wei Liang," Yu King began. "I know," he said. "Give me an hour." A pause behind him. He heard Song Fei's hand on Yu King's arm, the older woman's steadiness offered to the younger woman's tension. Then footsteps moving away. He stepped forward into the chamber and let the door close behind him. He was alone with 2 centuries of held breath. He walked to the platform and placed both palms on its surface. The nameless river method said, the 9th stage is not achieved, it is allowed. Shen Guo had said, you cannot direct the primordial flow, it moves as it moves. Song Fei's ancestor had written, the door opened, and what came through was not mine. Wei Liang took a breath, released it, opened the hollow not partially, not with the protective modulation he had maintained for years against detection, but fully, completely. The way a door is opened when you finally understand that there is nothing worth keeping out. The constrained Kai poured toward him. He did not try to hold it. He did not try to channel it in the conventional sense. He simply was what he had always been, a hollow place in the world through which the river could move. And the river moved. Chapter 45, The Primordial Flow. There are things that language was not made to carry. Wei Liang would try afterward to describe what the primordial flow felt like, and he would fail each time in a different direction. Too large here, too abstract there, the words arriving at the edge of the experience and stopping, unable to cross. What he could say, and said with precision, was this: it was not Kai as any cultivation system understood it. It was what Kai was made of. The current beneath the current, the water that the 5 elements were shapes of rather than the thing itself. It had no element. It had no affinity. It moved in no direction that a compass could register. And when it moved through him, he understood, not intellectually, but in the way you understand the ground when you fall to it. That the 5-element framework was a particular way of looking at one thing, and that the one thing was older and larger and more indifferent to the framework than the framework's architects had wanted to believe. The Bureau's constrained Kai dissolved. Not violently. The word was wrong. Nothing shattered. Nothing exploded. The formations that had been holding the accumulated refined Kai in place simply found, in the presence of the primordial flow, that the logic by which they held things was a local logic, and the thing they were holding was not local. The cage opened. The river moved through the cage, and what had been constrained for 2 centuries returned to the ambient, spreading outward from the chamber in a wave that moved through every wall, every corridor, every formation array in the fortress, and then through the walls of the fortress itself and into the surrounding world. Every cultivator within 3 Li felt it. Not as an attack, not as a disruption to their own cultivation. As a recognition, the specific sensation of encountering something that your entire system of understanding had told you did not exist, and finding that it was more familiar than anything you had been taught. The way a person raised in a windowless room might feel encountering sunlight for the first time, not alien but recognized, as though the body had always known this was possible and had been waiting. Wei Liang was the channel. The flow moved through him for he had no sense of time. Minutes, hours. The founder's account had said 30 seconds, but the founder had encountered it accidentally, briefly, in a fraction of the volume that the chamber held. This was the full current, sustained, and it moved through his channels with the precision that the black vial's preparation had made possible, and it did not break him. It did cost him. He felt it in the deep channels, the price Shen Guo had paid, the price the ancient practitioner had feared. The flow was too large for any channel to bear indefinitely without deformation. He felt the channels flexing, felt the places where the width was precisely sufficient and the places where it was merely nearly sufficient, felt the micro-corrections his body was making automatically, widening where widening was possible, accepting the scouring where it was not. It was not pain exactly. It was change. Sustained, involuntary, fundamental change. He held still. He breathed. He was the hollow, and the river moved through him, and the world on the other side of the fortress walls was changed by the passage. And then, gradually, gently, the way a river subsides after a flood, the flow diminished. The chamber's accumulated chi had been fully released. The constrained current had returned to the ambient. What remained was the primordial flow itself, and it was still present, would always be present. It was not something that depleted, but it no longer had an artificial concentration to work through, and so it subsided to its natural level, which was felt as a hum beneath everything, constant and quiet, the bass note of a world that had been playing a melody without knowing there was bass. Wei Liang lifted his palms from the platform. He stood still for a moment, assessing. His channels were changed. The flow had scoured and widened in the way Shen Guo had described, but not 3/4 lost. The preparation had been sufficient. What he had lost was perhaps 1/3 of the deep channel capacity on both sides, not just the right, and what remained was different. Larger in some dimensions than before, smaller in others, shaped by what had moved through it rather than by his own deliberate practice. He was still standing. He was still, in every meaningful sense, himself. He turned and walked toward the chamber door. Chapter 46, The Aftermath in the Fortress. The corridors of the Iron Mirror Fortress were in a state that Wei Liang would later describe, when writing his account of the day, as productive confusion. The bureau agents were not injured. They were not incapacitated. They were standing in the corridors and in the courtyard, and at the gate, many of them with the particular expression of people who have just experienced something that their training did not cover. The sense reader at the gate was sitting on the ground with both hands pressed to her temples, not in pain, but in the concentrated effort of a person trying to recalibrate a very precise instrument that has just received a signal it was not calibrated for. The formation panels throughout the fortress were showing readings that did not correspond to any setting in their operational parameters. The spirit stone reserves were full, untouched, but the formations were running on something else, drawing from the ambient in the unbound arrays pattern, and every agent who tried to access the formation controls found that the controls responded, but responded to ambient chi logic rather than to their registered signatures. The Bureau's fortress was functional. It simply no longer belonged exclusively to the Bureau. Wei Liang walked through the corridors with the same unhurried pace with which he had entered. Agents looked at him. None of them moved to stop him. He was not suppressing his chi signature. He was not using the projected hollow. He was simply walking, and something in the quality of his presence, the primordial flow still moving through his channels at its natural level, the hollow that was now deeper and more precisely shaped than it had been this morning, made the space around him feel different in a way that experienced cultivators registered without being able to name. He found Yu King and Song Fei in the archive room, where they had remained. Yu King was standing at the room's window, looking at the courtyard. Song Fei was sitting, still composing her account. Yu King turned when he entered. Her assessment of him was immediate and comprehensive, the way it always was, and what she found in it moved through her expression in a sequence he followed, relief first, then a more careful attention to the changes, then a quality he did not have a name for but which sat in the same neighborhood as the thing she had not said on the ridge the night before. "You're whole," she said. "Changed," he said, "but whole." The flow moved through. The chamber is clear. The bureau's constrained Kai is released. He looked at the window, at the confused agents in the courtyard. How are the nodes? She had been monitoring her network contacts through a small communication jade she kept in her inner pocket. 14 of 17 have confirmed activation. The register is public, she paused. It's been 3 hours since the first node sent the release signal. The information is already past the point of containment. And the other 3 nodes? 2 are in bureau-heavy territories. They may be waiting for better timing. The third went silent an hour ago. Her voice was steady. I think they were found. Wei Liang absorbed this. The third node's silence was a cost. He held it, acknowledged it, and kept moving. We need to leave before the Bureau's response units arrive. They'll have been signaled by now. Song Fei, Yu King said. Finished, Song Fei said, closing her mental notebook with the composure of a person who has completed exactly what she came to do. She stood. The eastern gate is clear. I read the formation pattern from here. It's fully converted. It won't read us as unauthorized. Then we go, Wei Liang said. They went. Chapter 47, The World Receives the News. They were 2 days from the fortress, camped in a shepherd's shelter in the eastern foothills, when the first accounts reached them through the contact network. The information moved the way Yu King had designed it to move, outward from the 17 nodes simultaneously. Through every channel the network had traveling scholars, itinerant physicians, black market couriers, the sign roadway station network, the informal lines of communication between independent practitioners that had been maintained in quiet for decades. The Bureau could not suppress it. By the time they could identify the distribution pattern, the information had already passed through enough hands to become, in the practical sense, uncontainable. The register landed differently in different places. In minor sect territories, it landed as confirmation of something long suspected. The Bureau's operations had always been felt as disproportionate, as having purposes beyond stated safety rationale, and the register gave that suspicion a shape and a scale. Minor sect elders, who had long resented the Bureau's reach into their territories without having the institutional power to challenge it, found in the register both evidence and permission. In independent cultivator communities, the practitioners operating in border regions, the inheritors of suppressed lineages, the rootless and the unsanctioned, it landed as something closer to the 2 students' carved walls, not just information but recognition. We were here. We existed. We were not imagined. In the major sects, the response was more complicated. The Blackwater sect, the Bureau's parent organization, issued an immediate denial, framing the release as fabricated propaganda by destabilizing elements. The Azure Hollow sect and 2 others issued measured statements calling for independent verification. The Verdant Canopy sect, through a junior spokesperson who was notably not the sect's senior leadership, released a statement confirming that they had been independently investigating the Bureau's operations for 15 years, and that the register's contents were consistent with what they had found. Yu King read that last statement 3 times. Master Wen, she said. Your training master. She's moving faster than the sect's official position would allow, Yu King said. That statement came from junior channels. She's working around the leadership. A pause in which something moved through her expression. She's taking a risk. She believes in what you found, Song Fei said. She believes in accountability, Yu King said. She always has. I should have trusted her further. Wei Liang said nothing. This was Yu King's conversation with her own past, and it did not need his commentary. The accounts of what had happened in the fortress itself were slower to spread. The Bureau was suppressing those accounts more aggressively, correctly identifying them as the more dangerous information. Not the register, which was damning but historical, the unbound array, the formation conversion, the thing that had happened in the central chamber. Cultivators who had been within range when the primordial flow released did not need an account. They had felt it. And they were talking about it with the specific urgency of people trying to describe something that did not fit into the vocabulary they had been given. An old current, one account read. Something that moved beneath everything. My cultivation was not disrupted. It was, for a moment, contextualized. As though I had spent my life reading a single line of a text, and someone turned the page. Wei Liang read that account and recognized it. He had been feeling it since childhood, the sense that the framework he had been excluded from was not the whole of what the framework was trying to describe. He had found the whole by necessity, because the framework had never opened to him. But the feeling was recognizable to everyone who felt the flow, regardless of their route or their stage. That was the argument he had hoped to make, not in words, in experience. The world was receiving it. Chapter 48, The Price of Visibility. On the 5th day after the fortress, the Bureau's hunters found their trail, not one this time. 3. Moving in a coordinated pattern that told Wei Liang they had been briefed on his capabilities, specifically on the projected hollow and the mirror. The pattern they were using was designed to approach from angles that would require him to maintain the hollow at a scale that cost him significantly, while keeping one hunter in reserve to exploit any gap. Someone in the Bureau had been thinking carefully about how to counter the hollow road. He felt them at 4 lie and had 12 minutes. 3 hunters, he said, coordinated. They know about the mirror and the hollow. Yu King's face did not change. Options. Run. They're faster individually, but the coordination requires communication, which has a slight delay I can exploit. Separate, split the 3 of us and make them choose targets, which disrupts their coordination pattern. Or, he paused. Or, Song Fei said, I stop running. Silence. Wei Liang, Yu King said carefully. I've been a ghost cultivator for 4 years, he said. I've been hiding for 4 years. The register is public. The flow has moved. The argument is made. He looked at her. If I'm taken now, it doesn't undo any of that, and the Bureau taking me is a different kind of argument. They'll destroy your channels, she said flatly. They'll try, he said. They burned your channels with a fire technique applied to the meridian trunks. My channels, he paused, assessing honestly, are not the same as standard channels. The flow scoured them. The geometry is different now. I don't know if the standard destruction technique will work the way it's designed to. You don't know? No. But I know that being taken while the information is still actively spreading, while every cultivator in range is still processing what they felt, creates a public moment that the Bureau cannot quietly manage. If they take me and I'm seen to be whole afterward, it demonstrates that the road cannot be closed by force. If they damage me and it becomes known, it confirms everything the register says about how they operate. Yu King was very still. You're using yourself as an argument, she said. I've always been an argument, he said. A rootless boy who cultivated. I've been an argument since I was 12. I might as well be a deliberate one. A long pause. Song Fei was watching both of them with the careful attention of the historian she was becoming in real time. Not alone, Yu King said finally. I'm not leaving you to be taken alone. Your channels are at 78% and rising, and none of your business, she said. If you're going to stand and be seen, I'm standing with you. She looked at Song Fei. Song Fei. I am 73 years old and I have been quiet for 50 years, Song Fei said, with the serenity of someone who has finished their calculations and found them acceptable. I am not running anywhere. Wei Liang looked at both of them for a moment. All right, he said. Then we stand here in the open, and when they arrive, we do nothing aggressive and we say exactly what is true. Which is, Song Fei asked, that we are practitioners of methods the Bureau has suppressed. that we have walked roads that the Bureau said were closed, that we are still walking them, and that anyone who felt what moved through this region 5 days ago knows that the Bureau's framework for why those roads should be closed does not hold. The hunters were 6 minutes away. The three of them stood in the road and waited. Chapter 49. The Confrontation on the Eastern Road. The three Bureau hunters arrived in the configuration Wei Liang had predicted, 2 from the north and south flanks, 1 from the road ahead. They were Foundation Establishment cultivators, the Bureau's standard deployment for high-value targets, and they moved with the particular economy of motion that long practice in a specific skill set produced. They stopped when they saw Wei Liang, Yu King, and Song Fei standing in the open in the middle of the road, not moving. The lead hunter from the road ahead, a tall man with the water affinity stillness that seemed standard in Bureau hunters, looked at the three of them with the expression of someone whose operational scenario had just deviated from its briefing. "You're not running," he said. "No," Wei Liang said. "You're not suppressing." "No." The hunter's spirit sense swept across him with professional thoroughness and found Wei Liang let it find the full picture. The hollow road channels, smooth and strange and unlike anything in the 5-element framework. The primordial flow's residue, still moving at its natural level through the deep channels, a hum beneath the structure that any sufficiently sensitive practitioner could feel. The 8th stage's mirror, present and available. The extended hollow, available but inactive. The hunter's expression became complicated. "Ghost Cultivator 7, he said. "Designation updated to Priority 1. "Wei Liang said. "My name is Wei Liang. I was born in Ash Valley in the Broken Tooth Mountains. I have no spirit root. I have been practicing the hollow road method for 4 years. I am currently at the 9th stage of the Nameless River method." He kept his voice level and precise. 5 days ago, I was in the Iron Mirror Fortress's central chamber when the primordial flow moved through it. You and every cultivator in range felt what that was. I want you to know that it came through me. A rootless practitioner, someone your Bureau's framework says cannot cultivate, cannot carry significant chi, cannot be anything but an anomaly to be closed. The hunters had not moved. The 2 flanking ones were in the coordinated formation, ready, but waiting on the lead hunter's signal. "What do you want?" the lead hunter said. The question was not tactical. It was, Wei Liang registered with something like surprise genuine. "I want the roads to be open," Wei Liang said. "Not my road specifically. All the roads. The 5-element framework is one way of understanding what chi is. It is not the only way. The Bureau has spent 5 centuries destroying every other way, and what was destroyed was not dangerous. It was inconvenient to a monopoly. The register proves it. What happened in the fortress demonstrates it." He paused. "I'm not asking you to agree with me. I'm asking you to know what you're enforcing when you bring us in." The lead hunter was quiet for a long moment. The flanking hunters had not moved. "My orders are to apprehend," the lead hunter said finally. "I know. I'm going to follow my orders. I know that too." "Then why?" "Because," Wei Liang said. "There are 17 people on this road within earshot of this conversation, none of them Bureau. All of them travelers who felt what happened 5 days ago and are looking for an explanation. And because when you bring me in, you'll write a report, and that report will say what I am and what I've done. And someone will read it who will also have felt the flow and will have questions that the report does not answer." He met the hunter's eyes steadily. "I'm not fighting you," he said. "I'm not running. The argument is already made. What happens next is just administration." The lead hunter looked at him for what felt like a very long time. Then, slowly, he lowered his hands from the combat-ready position. "You and the 2 with you," he said. "Cooperative custody. No restraints, no channel examination until we reach a supervised facility." "Agreed," Wei Liang said. He heard Yu King exhale very quietly beside him, the specific exhale of someone who had been holding more tension than they had shown. Song Fei said nothing. But when Wei Liang glanced at her, she gave him a small nod that said, more precisely than words, that he had done what needed doing. They walked forward together, and the bureau hunters fell in around them, and the road continued east toward whatever came next. Chapter 50 in Custody, and What It Means. The Bureau's regional holding facility was a 3-day journey east, a smaller installation than the Iron Mirror Fortress, designed for temporary detention rather than long-term operations. It had not converted to the unbound arrays logic. It was outside the fortress's resonance range. They traveled the 3 days in the company of the 3 hunters, and the journey had the quality of a long, careful conversation conducted mostly in silence. The lead hunter, whose name, Wei Liang learned, was Deng, who did not attempt channel examination. He did not attempt interrogation. He walked and he watched, and occasionally he asked questions that were not the Bureau's questions but his own. The primordial flow, Deng Hu said on the second evening when the 5 of them were camped at a roadside fire. What did it feel like, from your side? Wei Liang had been trying to find words for this since it happened. He tried again. Like becoming briefly large, he said. Not powerful exactly. Large. As though the boundary between what I was and what the world was became less absolute. The river doesn't stop at the channel's edge. It is the channel, and it is also the watershed, and it is also the rain that fed the watershed. For a moment I was all of that. Deng Hu was quiet. From the outside, the hunter said eventually, it felt like remembering something. I don't know what, but the feeling was recognition, not encounter. Yes, Wei Liang said. That's right. Yu King was watching this exchange from across the fire with the expression of someone cataloging information that would be useful later. Song Fei was simply watching with the patience of someone who had all the time she needed. The other 2 hunters had said nothing on this subject. But Wei Liang had noticed, on the first evening, that both of them had sat slightly too close to the fire for the temperature, which was what people sometimes did when they were working through something internally, and the warmth helped. The holding facility's senior officer was a woman named Director Kang, older than Deng Hu by 20 years, with the bearing of someone who had spent a career building something and was now confronting evidence that the thing she had built was not what she had been told it was. She met them in the facility's entrance hall, read Wei Liang's Kai signature with a spirit sense that was both broad and precise, and was silent for a long time. Priority 1, she said finally, in a tone that contained several questions. Director, Deng Hu said, I recommend. I've read the register, she said. Deng Hu stopped. The copy that circulated through the practitioner networks reached our facility 2 days ago, Director Kang said. 3 of my staff showed it to me independently. She looked at Wei Liang. Is it accurate? I didn't compile it, Wei Liang said. She did. He gestured to Yu King. Director Kang turned to Yu King. Is it accurate? It is an exact reproduction of the Bureau's Eastern Territory Historical Archive, Yu King said, with the flat precision of a former information disciple presenting verified intelligence. I read the primary source. I have a complete memory. The register is accurate to the source document. Director Kang absorbed this. The entrance hall was very quiet. The channel destruction technique, she said. The one used on Bureau targets. I was told it was a non-harmful suppression method. The register describes. It describes permanent damage in the majority of cases, Yu King said. Yes. Something moved through Director Kang's face. Not shock, because she was too experienced for shock, but the specific expression of someone who has suspected a thing for a long time and has now had the suspicion confirmed, and must decide what to do with the confirmation. You're in cooperative custody, she said. Unharmed. No channel examination until the situation is clarified. Agreed. Wei Liang said. "We have no objection to being here. We have objection to the framework that makes us criminals for existing." "I understand the distinction," Director Kang said, and her voice carried the weight of someone who did, genuinely, understand it and was working out what that meant for everything she had spent her career doing. She turned and walked toward the inner offices. "Give them rooms," she said to Deng Hu. "Not cells. Rooms." Wei Liang was shown to a small room with a window that looked east over the facility's outer wall toward open country. He sat on the bed's edge and looked at the window and listened to the facility around him with his inner sense. Its formations, its rhythms, its human Kai signatures going about their evening routines. One of those signatures, in an office 3 corridors away, was sitting at a desk, and he could feel it in the quality of her Kai circulation, the particular pattern of still, focused attention, reading what the register said, reading it carefully, reading it all. He lay back on the bed and looked at the ceiling. The road had brought him here, to a bureau holding facility in cooperative custody, having released 5 centuries of suppressed Kai into the world and put the evidence of 5 centuries of harm into the public record. Not free exactly. Not yet. But further than a rootless boy from Ash Valley had any business being by the logic of a world that had told him the road was closed. The road had been open all along. He had just kept walking until it was visible. He closed his eyes. Outside the window, the eastern country lay open under the evening sky, the same sky that had been there for every step of 4 years of walking, patient and indifferent and very, very large. In the morning, the next part of the road would show itself. It always did.